Hello, y'all. How's it going? Can you hear me good? How's the volume compared from microphone, from my volume compared to the video game? All good? I should hope so. Anyway, why do I have dolphin audio? Oh, that's from a different thing. I'm just gonna get rid of that on the mixer. That's not relevant. There we go. Now I can see the game's audio and my audio at the same time. Lovely. I see 8M in the chat. Hopefully some other people are gonna drop by and, say hello as we go. I want to tell you about what I have in store for you tonight. Um, Real quick, just just basically top level concept here. Top level concept here. Here's the idea. Here's the idea. I have had this thing for a while, BizHawk Shuffler, which I've used on a couple of occasions to do some wacky variety streams where I've played, 4 randomizers at once and 7 regular games at once, for instance. And I wanted to do another one of those, and I had this idea for Paper Mario Randomizer, which was different from the previous randomizer roulette, which we did last year for Extra Life. This one instead is not for Extra Life, it's just for me. And the idea is that I have 2 seeds, one of which has limited logic for the first half of the game. Let me just tab over to that. I have 2 separate trackers, you see. This one is only for chapters 1 through 4. Those are the ones I need to beat, and also all the items and stuff will only be in chapters 1 through 4. So 5, 6, and 7, we don't need to enter them. We don't need to deal with them. We don't need to beat them. We can ignore them entirely. And you can see I've done some custom stuff to the tracker down there to make it like a little less, to make it like more obvious that that's the case, and so I don't, so if someone's dropping in and wonders what the fuck, they can maybe read off the screen and see what's the fuck. So also I have color coded them. Red is the early game and blue is the late game. And you can tell both by the tab that my screen will be on, and also because Mario himself will be dressed differently, and all the partners will be differently tinted, etc. And I'm 90% sure that'll be all good. Anyway, we'll be switching back and forth every 4 minutes until such time as we finish one of the games, at which point I guess we'll finish the other game, in one straight shot once that's done. I'm not really sure how long this will take. I know that 7 seeds, maybe, or 7 star spirits, like in one file with my setup, my configuration, which is pretty casual in nature, I'll say. I like to start with bump attack. I like to start with the power pluses. And you can see here, I've decided to start one file with hammer and the other style with maximum boots, just to be fun. I originally was gonna go no boots, no hammer for both, but then I thought, let's make it different. Let's make them like opposites, and I think that's a fun way of doing it. I like to start with all the power. I like to start with all the health. I don't really like to deal with avoiding enemies, so pump attack, I'm gonna have that from the jump. And as a result, I'm mostly just gonna run around, try to figure out where the items I need to progress are, and just go. And that's pretty much what we're gonna do. We're just gonna go. And every 4 minutes, we're gonna switch over, and it'll be a thing. By the way, let me tell you 2 upcoming stream things before we get into it. Whoopsie daisy. I'm on the wrong thing. 2 upcoming stream things real fast. First off, 50 turns of 8 Mario Parties for Extra Life. That stream has been in the works for a while, and I'm going to schedule it for November 21st. That is the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. Now, there will be no Thursday stream that week, so, the Monday stream and then the Tuesday stream, that's going to be it for the week. That said, I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish all those Mario parties, so if we have any left over, there will be additional streams for that. And I'm thinking maybe even could be the next day, or maybe the weekend subsequent. We'll figure it out. we'll figure that out after that whole marathon. Maybe like I could see that for like Sunday or something. That would be fun. Sunday after, like a half a week later, most of a week later. Anyway, thought about doing that like this Sunday, but it's been too soon since the stream anniversary. I'm sort of petered out. I want a break, and as a result, so next Monday there will not be a stream. I'm just gonna take most of the next week off until next Thursday. There's a stream tomorrow on Friday, but you know, from Friday to Thursday, there's just gonna be no streams, and you know, going to like recuperate a little bit and relax before, you know, the big extra live stream comes and you know, we blow the barn doors open. One more thing, next Thursday, Game Pass stream. Persona 5 Tactica comes out that day. I'm not sure if it comes out like at midday, you know, like if it's a global release, same time, same whatever, or if it's coming out at 11 p.m. Central Time. Either way, we will play Persona 5 Tactica during that stream, whether it's first up or later in the night, whatever. But I do have a number of other recent Game Pass releases that I should probably check out, like Cocoon, I heard a lot about. Jusant, some sort of climbing game. That sounds cool to me. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. I didn't finish Like a Dragon Ishin, but I think I should probably look at this new one, The Man Who Erased His Name, considering that it's not a remake of an old game. Maybe it actually is, like, really polished and good, you know, beyond just being really cool and fun, you know. And also, Eliza P is a game that I should probably look at. And I saw a few others that caught my interest, but I don't know if we'll do it like the Lighters League. There are some games. There are some games out on Game Pass, and next Thursday, I will check them out. Anyway, there's the announcements as far as upcoming stuff comes. As far as upcoming stuff goes, that reminds me, did I edit the docket to change the schedule? No, I didn't. One second. I'm gonna go back to the desk real fast and fix this. Meanwhile, I'll continue to talk, so don't mind me. Okay. As far as other things go, Mondays are gonna be replaying SC2 Heart of the Swarm. That starts November 20th. It's gonna start November 20th, so no stream next Monday. Let's see now. Next week will be Game Pass stream. Next week, a Game Pass stream. Happening Nov 21st. There we go. Now the schedule is all updated, and you can see it for yourself once I go back to the couch. This desk mic is working? Good, okay, yes. Here, look at the schedule. I just updated it. Look at that. StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm, November 20th. Next Thursday will be Game Pass stream. Fridays, always Mario Maker. November 21st for Extra Life, Mario Party. Ooh. We all good? You can hear me, right? Let me... God damn it, I left the mouse. 1 second. Oh. Gotta stop leaving the mouse places. This stream especially, I need to have the mouse on my, you know, on my couch to track the games. Anyway, that's enough talking about what's coming. Let's talk a little bit about let's talk a little bit about this here stream that we're about to do. How it was set up and such, as well as a little bit about, I feel like it's kind of interesting from a technical angle. You can see here I have the two trackers. Each of them has been, like, fucked with a little bit. I hid some star spirits, which you can't normally do, and I also added some text to explain in the space where the hidden star spirits are. So that was a neat trick, I think, and I hope that y'all will appreciate it. I also made it so that the layout was, like, changed so that there's a nice big blue blank space at the bottom of the tracker rather than the top of the maps thing. Fortunately, I've edited HTML before, so I know a thing or two about that. From previous job. So was able to wing that real fast, set that up in the today. I will say, one of the tabs did refresh on me, losing all the changes I had made, but I was able to reproduce them really quickly before the stream started. Fortunately, they were not that complicated, so long as I had the other one, like, available as reference for what the values need to be. So, pretty pleased about that. I think these two look great. I will also say, to generate these seeds, I did have to do some amount of customization on account of the randomizer out of the box will not let you, like, define what chapters are required, or won't let you define what chapters are required. So if you wanted to say, like, okay, I just want 1 through 4, you'd have to just randomly get that, which is quite unlikely to get specifically that set. Also, you can only generate, like, 10 per hour from the site. So I instead downloaded it, the seed generator, and did some hacking of it so as to set them manually. And as a result, yeah, I have these two files. One with, 5 through 7, the other with 1 through 4. And I did some quick tests to make sure that the stars matched what I expected. And look good. So there we go. Here we go. Let's go. All right. I also, you can see, have a timer. I'm going to hit start as soon as I hit start. Also, I'm going to start the script that will switch us over as soon as we get going. Hang on one second, actually. I think I need to check controller settings. I need to make sure that it can, like... Let's see... There an option for being able to control the game while it's paused, or, like, while it's not selected? Let me make sure that that's the case real fast. Config, I think. Want to make sure that this is all good before we get going, because it's going to be weird if like... Alright, okay. A works. Okay, it's also all working. Okay. I think we're good. It's just a weird thing when you have the Lua console selected, maybe. Yeah. The Lua console, having that selected. Okay. It'll be fine. I'm going to... Okay. Let's begin. Ignore that there's 5 versions of the same file. I don't know why it does that. I'm going to hit start. Go. Timer going? I got it. There it goes. It just needed to be in the foreground. And we need Lua. Start that up. Go ahead and resume. Okay. Every 4 minutes exactly, it's going to switch over. Good for it. Let's go. We're starting out with the late game, which has the hammer, but no jump ability. We'll see how fast we get the jump. We need to remember as we're going through that we don't have to give a fuck about anything from any items that are like for the early game. Also for partners, we have Goombario. That's some bad luck. Goombario don't do shit for us. Go figure. I can't hit this with Goombario, and no jumping ability, so that's that. What can I do with just a hammer? With the caveats of only areas for late game. I think Island is gonna be the place. I think Island is where we have to go. It could also be in a tree. Get the ground pound, we'll be able to do something with him. There are sparkles on trees that have stuff in them. You can see we need to get the seeds to open chapter 6. So we can't get this chapter 6 yet. Remember, we don't have to go to anything involving ghosts. Both seeds will have to deal with Toad Town. So Toad Town is entirely in logic. Very good. That's another thing. Where is that? The water. Also, Island, the whale is open, and the forest is open. Though, of course, one only affects one file, and the other only affects the other. BizHawk seems to be, like, a little bit framey. Sorry about that. Nothing I can do. Alright, I think Island's gonna be the thing. Island's gonna be the thing. There's a lot of palm trees there. And with the hammer that we have, we can definitely hit a lot of palm trees and reveal their items. I think, just logically speaking, one of those must be, like, jump. Jump is a really bad thing not to have, because you cannot get very many places without jumping in this game. Pretty ridiculous when you start like I usually do, with just, these days anyway, with just no hammer, no jump. Pretty absurd, but a fun way. It's a fun absurd. We're about reaching the 3-minute mark. Again, I'm not sure, like, it took us a bit to start the script back up, but also it did, like, run for maybe 10, 15 seconds before I paused it originally. So we'll see, like, what exact interval it restarts on. Any second now. Usually I'd have it be random, but I decided this time just make it 4 on the dot, so I'll say I'm not... Okay, 4:20 around about. You know what? Also, the delay in starting, in, like, moving between games will probably, like, add as well. In this case, we have the jump, but no hammer. We have Lancaster. We have Lancaster. There we go. By the way, my mouse is not visible in either place, right? Oh, there is some, like, words that appear under my, timer, actually. That's a little annoying, but, what are you gonna do? I didn't account for that. It didn't occur to me that those were there. For this one, let's just go do prologue right now. Castle Key. Now, this file, this side, has to do, like... Oh, you know what I just remembered? Shit. I give myself this nice shit, so I should use it. We'll have to remember on the other side. Prologue is open, so we can go in there. I think we have to hit the block, so we need a hammer to do that. I will say, no Star Piece stuff is in logic. The shop, Merlot's is not. Ralph is not. Didn't include anything that I find, like, annoying, and there's a lot of, like, stuff over in that area, which, to me, is annoying to have to check. That's nothing. Weird that it's a patch, like, with a big X. That's really weird. Oh, pull stone. That is something. Now, again, I'm not sure how long this is going to take, right? Like, damn it. I'll say, like, if I was doing a regular seed. What? Oh, that's normal. If it was doing a regular seed, I would say it would take me around, like, 6 hours, maybe, to do 7 Star Spirits with this sort of casual setup, you know? But remember, seeds are worthless to us. We don't go for seeds in this. This is early game. Early game, early game. Need to remind myself when we look at items which side we're on. We can go get the thing in his shack right now. The thing is, there's less places to look for items on either side, so in theory anyway, I think each would be faster individually, or like even put together, than they would be as one massive world to explore. But they both do have to deal with Bowser, you know, the whole finale, and they both do have to search the Toad Town individually, so I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know. We will see. I should remember to put my mouse off the thing that makes the text appear, considering. One thing we could do is fight a blooper right now. But first, let's get our basic Toad Town checks done. Quake Bounce. That's new. They added a bunch of, like, beta items to the game recently. I have those turned on. This will be the first time I'm seeing, like, most of those, so again, that'll be fun. Alright, here we are on the no jump side. That reminds me, go ahead and pop those on. And I'll also take a flower saver. Palace key, that is essential on this side. We don't have a jump, so we can't get that. That there is nothing. Nothing we can do with that. Shrink smash. Another beta item. Warehouse key, that is essential to the whole, like, you know, Blizzard Town. Sushi! Sushi is good without, you know, always good, sushi is. Sushi is never not welcome. There is a blue berry. With sushi, we actually have a partner that can do stuff. I'm just gonna grab a second one because you need to do 2 checks. I'm gonna switch to Sush. Now, considering that Sush can do things, that's nothing. That's out of logic. Boo's whole area is out of logic, so yeah, it's not gonna do much for us, but still interesting, I guess. I guess whenever I see a key item, I'm gonna be a little bit excited, even if it's out of logic. You know, the alternative is like coins or something irrelevant, you know? think that is preferable. What else can we do at sushi? There's a place in Toad Town that requires sushi. Can't get to the other 2 chapters that are in logic. I guess with this seed, now that I think of it, now that I think about it, it's mostly going to be Jungle Town and maybe Prologue until we, you know, get a couple of key items in order to access chapter 7 or 6. That said, since these are harder chapters, I figured that this side made sense for the one to have, like, fewer things to do. I think that makes sense. Let's see. We have sushi. There's a lot we can do with sushi here. This is probably like prime sushi territory, right? My mouse is doing a like loady thingy. Hope that's not a thing. Just check. I am a little worried because the tab that's in the background, I fear it might refresh, but that would be really bad if so. Maybe I should have had them be 2 separate tabs rather than be tabs in the same browser. Maybe a tab that's minimized is liable to restart, to refresh if you don't touch it for too long. Still, we'll be touching it every 4 minutes, which, speaking of, probably will be right about now. I'll check that tree. Any second now, we'll see. Back to the other seed. It's weird being able to, like, literally know, like, oh yeah, any second now. With some amount of drift. Okay, here we are. We don't need the red key, we don't need the bean. What is this? Hustle drink? What the fuck? A special drink that gives Mario an extra action next turn? Wow. That's pretty phenomenal. Wow. I'm not gonna buy it. I don't imagine what I would do. Hey, Chaotic Oven. You look like a mix of Scott the Woz and DGR. I think I've heard of Scott the Woz. I don't know about DGR off the top of my head. I was told the other day, I posted like an image of my young self. You know, I don't know if y'all saw, but people were doing like me when GTA 5 came out and me now, on account that the new GTA 5 is, or GTA 6 is being announced. And I posted a picture of myself that I do not have on hand right now from like 10 years ago. And someone said that I looked like a younger version of, God, what's his name? Joe is Hungry. Is Joe is Hungry? I'm not sure his last name. But I looked like a younger version of that dude. Which, as I looked at it, I was like, you know what? Fair. That's fair. I can see it. Now that you mention it. Nothing wrong with Joe is Hungry? Is it Joe is Hungry? I forget. Oh, you know what is in logic? What is in logic is this guy, so let's go ahead and just, like, you know, spend most of our coins real fast to, see what happens. What was that? Was that something? Shit, I wasn't looking. What?! I don't mean what, I mean what. The partner. Bah! Yes, he can. There are traps, by the way. Also, some items are just going to explode on us, as well as some purchases. Hammer. Well, that's lovely. Berserker. Wow, that's a beta badge. Wow, there's some cool beta badges apparently. Are these all things that were planned for the game originally? I think that was the idea, but wow, I didn't know There's some wild stuff in the beta, in the beta selection. Now we can jump and hit stuff with a hammer. That's gonna open our options up a little bit. Pretty key. We also got what, which will let us finish chapter 4 once we have like 12 other, maybe 4 other things. Still though, hammer is really important for prologue. Let's go to prologue, because now we can get this out of the tree and go up and do this. There's other things we can check over in this area. And then, let me see. Chapter 2 requires Bombette. Or... Actually, I think we can get the chapters 2... all the chapters, actually, through the sewer right now, because we have the Ultra Jump, because I thought it would be fun if we started with that shit. I think we can, in the early game side, get there. That said, it's probably about time we switched. I don't mean that in like a, oh, it's getting, you know, I'm in the mood to switch. I'm just saying it'll happen. There we are. Okay, let's see what's in this tree. Now, remember, we don't have the ability to jump over here, so jot that down for those taking notes at home. That like flower guy don't got nothing because it's, you know, for plot reasons. Meanwhile, let's go over here. I like these purple colors. I'll say again, by the way, if you're wondering the ways in which you can tell the... Right, I can't jump. Tell the files apart. One, well, first off, the tracker will always be matching, but also, look at Mario. If Mario's blue, then we're in one side. We're in the blue seed, the late game. If Mario is red, like Fire Mario, we're in the other side, the early game. Yeah, that all is accurate. I want to upgrade my sush. I want to upgrade my sush right now. Fuck! I can't jump! I forgot. I can't upgrade my sush. I cannot get any of these items that we're running under. I hope we find the jump, like, somewhere here. It could also be back in Toad Town, but, you know, hey, that's how randomizers be. Whew. This seed obviously has less stuff to do, so I'm not particularly worried about it, like, you know, going longer than the other. Even though, like, the quest for a jump is a lot more limiting than a quest for a hammer. I think it will be good. Let's go. Let's see now. I can't pause while I'm on the guy. There's nothing in these trees, right? Let me just make sure. I want to accidentally leave something. You know, miss my my ability to jump. That would be terrible if that were to happen. Let's see now. We can't go over there and fight a piranha plant for the Yoshi. That's not going to really let us do anything new, though. There's some trees we can hit. One in the background, and also one somewhere else. Do we want to fight these guys? No, I don't want to fight these guys until I get, like, a, let's refrain from fighting these guys for now. If we need to do the Yoshi quest, that's a long thing, and, you know, we might not need to. Potentially. So let's just chill, live and let live, and continue our search elsewhere. It's not like even completing the Yoshi quest here will get us a thing. Can we complete the Yoshi quest without the ability to jump? I'm really not sure. Can we complete the Yoshi quest without the ability to jump? Oh, right, we can jump, and also a thing that they did put in was that save blocks do work even if you can't jump. So if you want to, like, save, you can just jump. As if you had a jump. Kind of nice of them to have it work that way. I say it's nice of them. It's a quality of life, considering that they enabled the ability to take away the jump button. Which is pretty fun, I think. It should work like that. Need to say a yes to him. Okay, that's an item. Let's see. Other than that, in this area here, we talk to Goomba. Get a coin. Goomba doesn't have anything, right? Let me just make sure. There's something on the veranda, and then there's a handful of things. Lunar Stone, this is early game, so we need that. Very good. What else we got? Bunch of stuff in the prologue area over here. The prologue area is going to be the hardest, maybe, to keep straight, you know, to remember that we did it in one side but not the other. I guess also Toad Town in general. That's the idol, but it's not useful here. Would only be useful in the other seed. It'd be cool if there was some way to, like, connect these seeds and make it so that if you collect one thing on one side, yeah, you got it on the other side, but, that technology does not, exist. Saves 2 FP each time you attack. Damn, there are some pretty cool beta badges that exist. We're gonna have to get that question mark block later. We don't have that, that hammer quite yet. Fortress key. That is essential. Here, there's just a couple of trees to check. The bushes also... Oh, hey. There's 2 items in that bush. That's weird. Go figure. Must be a special bush. Have multiple items in it. Nice potato. Here's where the hammer would be. Instead, it's a snowman. Get out of here, snowman. Now, we could exit the same way we came. Ooh, lyrics. But if we did that... Ooh, Ruin's Key. If we did that, we would have to fight, what's this fuck? Junior Troopa, so, we're not gonna do that. We're just going to, we're just gonna warp home. And I think now is a great time to do that. Let's see now. What can we get? Now that we have Jump Hammer in Toad Town. We already checked the shops here. We will need Cooper to get farther than Koopa Village, but we can go to Koopa Village. Chapter 3. We can't go to Chapter 3, actually, because we have the Ground Pound. Chapter 4, we need Bow to get into there. Right, we're back here again. Can we do the whole Yoshi rescue? Trying to think. There's one Yoshi that's inside And behind a what? Is behind, like, a dark area that needs to be, like, illuminated. So we need to be able to jump, and we need to be able to have what before we can even think about doing that area. And it's possible, you know, that what won't be in the seed, so if what were to not be in the seed, then it'd be impossible to do. Didn't we get Watt on the other side? I thought we got Watt on the other side. Yes, okay, good. That's talked. That's marked off in logic. I think we've checked everything here. So let's head back to Toad Town. We can check the maybe we, you know, just in the future make a habit to check what this is. It's nothing. Okay, we don't need to go get that. Other than that, I don't know what we can do right now. Prologue, we would need to be able to jump to get into the pipe. Hammer can't, like, work the same as a ground pound, right? It's a really strong hammer. I thought maybe, you know, maybe it could, but it can't. There's nothing over here. Where else would there be a jump? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's nothing over here. But also, I'm not sure, like, where else... Oh. Hammer can flip the panels. The panels are not randomized, so... Not really relevant. Tell me a key item. Jungle in a bush. Okay. You know what? Let's not rely on her to get us through. Let's instead think. Any of these items? I got the warehouse key, but I don't have access to that chapter yet. Did I get... Let me see. There was one... That's the cookbook? What is that? Yeah, we got the cookbook. Wait, that's not the cookbook. Where's the cookbook? Is the cookbook not logical? I guess the cookbook's not logical. Let's see. I mean, I could turn in the cookbook, see if that gives me anything. Really not sure that it would. Only 5, 6, and 7 should be in logic. And she can't cook without the frying pan. Okay, here we are. At least on this side, it's smooth sailing, you know. Being without the jump can be about the hardest thing to be without in the game, you know. There's just not that many good ways to do things. Let me make sure that these... Let's just visually check to make sure that... While we're here, we're just gonna visually check to see that the right stars are activated. And you can see there, they are. Yep, those are the 4, as intended. Okay, what can we do? Well, in this case, we can go to Koopa Town. We can also go to the mansion. We can do the forest. Honestly, we have choices on this side. So let's just go in, like, a relatively linear order and go do this whole business. I'm gonna pay. Okay. And we're just gonna go and check everything as it comes. P up D D. That's a good one. I have the hammer, so I can get past this tree. This would be an obstacle if we didn't have the hammer, but we do, so it's not. There's something we're forgetting. I feel like it has to be in the whatever it is that we have to do next. On the other side, I feel like it's got to be in the jungle. Auto bounce. That's an unusual one. I think they can combine that with like well, let me see. What is auto bounce? Okay, it's a move. It's not like it modifies your other moves to be perfect. It's like left, right, middle, right? Yeah. Oh! Good. Super hammer. And that's all the hammers we need for this side, actually. We need that for Chapter 2. The other hammer would be in Chapter 5, which is out of logic, so there's no Ultra Blocks that we absolutely need on this side, unless some amount of luck gives us such a seed, you know? It's possible, I guess, that, there's some Toad Town gray blocks, Ultra Blocks that could be required. Warehouse key. That's Chapter, 7, not needed. We have everything we need to beat up these guys to liberate the town. I think so. We absolutely should, because there's one thing that appears after you liberate the town. One thing that appears after you liberate the town, so it's in your best interest to go ahead and do that. I'm pretty sure anything beyond this point is not in logic, so we don't need to go over there. I don't know how the Boo Pass works, though. I know they added recently a Boo Pass that lets you get into the Forbidden Forest, but how does that work? Is it such that if you, like, go past this point, the bow gives you an item, and that item could, you know, be the Boo Pass, but could also not be? I'll say Forest is open in either case, but maybe this is now an item that we need to, like, get. No, I guess it's not an item, it's just still a cutscene. Also, beyond there is Chapter 3, and it's out of logic. I already checked this house. I already checked this. I already checked the shops. I haven't gotten the lyrics here on this side. I can't jump yet, so, you know, there's a lot of things that are just literally out of reach. These guys have nothing. Let me think. Head back to Island, maybe? I'm really not sure, like, where an island it could be, but see no, other answers here. I already hit most of the trees. There are some bushes where a Yoshi is beyond them. I could go ahead and do that. Maybe that would be something. There's those hurdy vine things down there. pretty sure those guys got nothing. That's just hearts and a fight. You know, not exactly what you need. We can't get back there from here, but we can get there by like going the long way around. About this. Just has a coin in it. These are trees, and they've all been accounted for. There's this tree, which we already got. Non-interactable trees here. This tree just has an item in it. I remember after you saved Yellow Yoshi had like an item, but I don't think that's still there. I think they took out that item on account of it was weird. Kind of weird to remember that. Which I agree, it is weird. I think it's better without. I would say. Okay, check this. Wait, what about this bush? Yeah, that's nothing. None of these bushes have anything? Make sure these bushes are nice and checked. What could it be? These would glow if they were like potentially something. Okay, back here. Feels like that one's hitting a rough spot. Well, fuck. I'm glad that I gave it less to do, less chapters to complete. But on the other hand, E. Now, I know that's not a good item, but again, there's an item behind this thing that you can get. So you want to complete it anyhow. Not ignorable, this one. That's handy. Some Paper Mario streamers who like do this, you know, play the game all the time. They have chat like guess the number, guess the sequence of this. In this case, it'd be 331. That's neat. That's a neat thing to do. You know, obviously not here, though. By the way, the order of enemies is randomized. I mistimed that, I'm sure. Imagine if we didn't have the command thing. That's not how this game works. You start with that. I will say there's a new feature to, like, randomize partner upgrades. I've decided for the purpose of this, this high-concept stream, not to fuck with that. I've decided to leave that, you know, for audience. Imagine. Leave that for later, let's say. Okay, that's nothing. I decided to not fuck around with that on account of this stream, I believe, will be complicated enough. Just check that. It's a coin. I think we're done. No, wait. Store. Did we go in the store? Yeah, we did. We saw that there's a warehouse key. Yes, okay, perfect. Gonna be important to remember these things. And not get mixed around. Just because we're playing two games. Two seeds, you know? There's a couple more items this way. And by a couple, I mean like a fuck ton. Look at that. That's sushi. Ooh, sushi. There's a Happy Heart, Spike Shield, and the Volcano Vase. The Volcano Vase is out of logic on account of chapter being part of a later chapter, but still, it's good to have. We don't have Cooper, so we can't get across here, so this is as far as we go right now. Let's go ahead and homeward shroom. And, yeah. What's to do now? Now that we have sushi, there's two things that are open to us right now. That, and also the power-up block in the middle of the lake. Do that power-up block. I want to upgrade my sushi. I want Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave is very good in general. This is early game, so maybe we should be thinking about stuff that benefits the early game? Maybe. For the time being, though. Actually, I think I'll upgrade Watt. I like to have Watt fully upgraded by the end. I'll probably find more than enough to upgrade, like, you know, more than enough blocks to upgrade, like, a good handful of them, but let's prioritize Watt. It's not like that file will be fighting the fire piranha plants anyway. So, less relevant than it would be otherwise. Now. Oh, what about this? Oh, that's an item. Keeping an eye out for sparkling bushes. Maybe there's like a bush that I'm not aware of that has items in it. I think it's possible. Plausible, you know? There's the items in the water here. We already looked at those, saw that they were nothing, as you can see. Maybe there's something over here. The crying fella. It's not like an item behind these bushes. Nope. Just wanted to check. Fight this guy real fast. It's not that there's no enemy to jump on. It's that I don't have the jump. Video game, but close enough. Squirt. Very good. Enemy arrangements are randomized, so that's why they're kind of goofy. They seem like they can be smaller, also, than what you would see vanilla style. You know, usually that'd be like a group of 4. I guess like most of the mandatory fights tend to be bigger groups, so the randomization tends to like skew them towards being smaller ones instead, just as a consequence of like randomly replacing them, I suppose. There's a dolly. If we can get the prologue, we can cash that in. But we have to get the prologue first. That does show that there are items we did miss earlier on while we were in this area, so... Oh! 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 Lancaster! Pretty fucking significant items, it would seem, we missed when we were here early. Check these bushes. Like, extra carefully. Does Lancaster let up? Boots! Boots! There we go. Fucking good. Okay. Okay, we got boots. Okay, boots, boots, boots. We are now booted in this seed and hammered in the other one. That's, now that I say that, that doesn't mean exactly what I thought it meant. We have boots, we have hammer. Let's play the game normally now. We have a lot more options now in either side. I'll say this seed took longer to come together. No, took longer to find the thingamajigs. We can't go in there without Watts. Or we could, but it'd be a waste of time because we cannot save the Yoshi. What can we do with the ability to jump now? We can go into the shop. We can do prologue. There's a whole lot of stuff we can do now. I'm gonna get Watt. Watt's also really good against the boss for, you know, Chapter 4, which is going to be the toughest boss that we will face, so, yeah. That makes sense as one to upgrade. Top. Okay, switch out for Sush. And, yeah. Now on this file, where we're at right now, I think the move here is to go down into the sewers and start doing some sewers business. We have, honestly, with the jump, with the thing, we can with Sushi, we can go to, like, most of sewers. With Lacaster, oh, we can actually go to, like, most of sewers. We could do, like, all 3 blooper fights, even. Let's start with this one, which unlocks, like, fast travel to chapters 1, 2, and prologue, which, hey, that's pretty good. This will be a quick fight as well. Faster to squirt, or is it faster to just, you know, let Mario handle it? I don't know. It's not important. It'll just play it by ear. I'm just gonna squirt this and do 5, and that'll kill him. I always think, fuck! Killing is a good idea. Doing just 1 under because it's fucking up the action command, that's not good, though. There we go. Probably should have just had Mario handle it, turns out. So let's just hop into each of these. Here's prologue. Prologue, here we do not have Dolly. So, no Dolly, no that. There is a gray block over here that we now have access to with the super hammer, so just check that real fast. Get rid of this gray block. That's not essential for this seed. But it's still important to check these things, just to make sure. Okay, nothing else here. Anything with the gray block we can do in Koopa Town? I don't think so. I think Koopa Town is pretty much good to go for the moment. Let's just return back, and we'll just open up Chapter 2. Okay, pretty good. We got the Chapter 2. We don't have Bombette, or Parakarry, but we're here regardless. Let me open the shop by going over here. We can do Musfasa right now. Let's just see what the shop has. And maybe do Musfasa. Shop has jack shit. I'm gonna sell some items so that I have room to buy the thing. Okay, here we are on the other side. Jumping, we got it now. Let's see, how do we want to go back? How do I want to go back? How do we want to go back? Well, we can get that question mark block now that we can jump, so let's check that. And we can also get the items over yonder that way, so why don't we just, like, grab those real fast. The upgrade, I'm gonna upgrade my Sush Because, like I said, Sush is really good against the boss here. And I want to have Sush. I want to have Sush upgraded. Ruins key, unessential. For this seed. But would be good. This question mark block and then get the item. Spin attack. Already have bump attack. Even better than spin attack, you know. I'll say, by the way, if you're wondering, my settings are a little bit unusual, I think. I ended up starting with bump attack after finding bump attack really early on in a test run that I say test run. Early on, like a year ago or so, over a year ago, I did a PM randomizer where I started off with full stats, and I ended up accidentally, you know, coincidentally, getting bump attack really fucking quick. And I realized, like, oh crap, this lets you just skip most random battles, which turned out was kind of what I was looking for. Was very good for me. I'll say that obviously, you know, it's a matter of taste. Some people, you know, probably don't like to do that. I like it. Makes this game, makes this randomizer a little more casual, and a little more just about figuring out what the logical next item is, and finding that item, which are all things that I like, you know? Okay, we got that. We can also enter the shop, and, we can enter the shop, and I think that's it for this area for now. There's a lot of things in Prologue and also in Toad Town that we can do now that we can jump. Mailbag and a magical seed. Mailbag and a magical seed. Kinda doesn't matter which one. It was pink. Oh, also, by the way, I tinted this one to be blue. The other one was gray. They didn't have a stock option for red for the top bar, but I figured since he's kind of Fire Mario, gray would be good enough. Not sure about that, but it's fine. Homeward Shroom, let's go. The sound is all good, right? Seems to me like the sound is much lower than me, which is, you know, what I want. I want it to be exactly that. Now that we can jump, the whole prologue is open to us, so I'm thinking let's go do prologue. Hey, Fauntleroy. I'm doing 2 seeds of Paper Mario Randomizer at once, using BizHawk Shuffler. It's a dusty shroom and a dried hammer, right? It might be the other way. I remember him having to jump up really far. So, there we go. One is constrained to early game, the other is constrained to late game. So all the items that we need are in early game, or prologue, or Toad Town. And the other one, all late game, or Toad Town or prologue. This one's the early game. You can tell because Mario is wearing the Fire Mario outfit. That seems confusing. I can manage, don't worry. Also, you can see when the tracker changes over, it changes colors. So you can see here it's the red tracker, and here's the blue tracker. See? I'm gonna keep track of it. Okay, that's nothing. I wanted to do this for a bit ever since they introduced, like, limited logic, wherein you can just make it so that the items you need are always within, like, the chapters that you need to finish. Which, you know, makes it so that the seeds that you have, that you get, are, like, you know, shorter as a result. Even if you only have to finish like 4. Makes the randomizer a little more compact. And I'm wondering, like, if you put 2 randomizers together with opposite requirements, like, how does that feel? Pretty fun. I don't know. I like it. Very positive about this. I hope y'all are also, you know, into it. Right then. I have this super hammer, but that's not enough to get that item there. But I can go over here. Go get that. I don't know if you were around for the randomizer roulette, Fauntleroy, but last year I did 4 randomizers at once. 4 randomizers of different games. And completed them all within like 12 hours. And that was like random, you know, then there were like 4 of them, so was a lot more of a to do. You don't know if there's a game you'd be good enough to like successfully play one? Whoa, that's a weird effect. Got a little screwy there, whatever, ignore that. I mean, I'll say, like, a good thing about a lot of randomizers is you can customize them to be pretty casual friendly. Like, I have customized the settings for Paper Mario Randomizer such that I start with full stats. You can see there, I've started with 50-50. I've also started with bump attack, which, if you know that, it lets you just destroy enemies on touching them. So basically, I don't have to deal with enemies if I don't want to. And there are other, like, customizations that I've made that make it a little more, like, you know, befitting my casual playstyle. Like, see this? Well, bam, they're bump attacked. You can do things like that and makes it more manageable. And then you just have to focus on, you know, knowing all the places that you can find things, which can be a whole thing. A tracker will help. A tracker will help you, you know. You look at the tracker, it'll tell you, like, where to check. I've played PM Rando a lot, so I don't use actually a tracker for this, but, you know, it's all in my head, baby. You know? I just struggle through. You used to watch, FFIV, Final Fantasy IV randomizer races. That was pretty dope. There was a lot of good randomizers. My favorite randomizers, if you're wondering, my favorite randomizers are, Paper Mario. I like DK64 randomizer, Minish Cap randomizer, and Metroid Fusion randomizer. Sort of an odd set of randomizers, I know, but these are the ones that I found that I really enjoy. A lot of them are cases where they're randomizers where you can go from check to check to check really quickly, you know? Or they're otherwise, like, weird in ways that I find fun. You know, like, DK64 is more about, like, at least the way I configure it, is more about, like, figuring out the loading zone randomization and also figuring out how to get to the various, like, move givers. This is late game, so we need this bucket. Whereas, like, with Minish Cap randomizer is really good, because you know how in Minish Cap there's all those, like, I don't know if you know Minish Cap, but there's all those, like, Kidstone fusions, right? You know those Kinstone fusions? There's a mode in the Minish Cap randomizer where all those Kinstone fusion results start out as being open. So, like, there's vines and, like, basically every overworld thing, you know, that you can climb, and, like, little secrets that have been, like, inserted into the game by those that are all open and could have stuff in it, you know, for you to check. I find that to be a very fun randomizer to play. Been a bit since I did that one. You still have to beat that one? That's fair, yeah. It's important to, like, have... I'll say the thing, which is that I would probably never play... Link to the Past randomizer is a game I'm not, like, really that familiar with myself, so you say you have not finished Minish Cap. Well, I'm the same way with Link to the Past. I don't think I've ever finished it, per se. I got really far when I rented it on the Game Boy Advance the first time I played it, and I think I might have gotten reasonably far on the Virtual Console back in the day, but I can't remember if I actually, finished it. By the way, Link to the Past, totally on the docket for maybe a playthrough coming up. Maybe we'll be the playthrough after Heart of the Swarm, as I've said before. Also, by the way, the Twitch, if you need to have explained what's going on, I put in a command, ! What the hell? The YouTube side does not have this command on account of there's a perfectly good description that explains what the hell on the YouTube side. For those on that side of things. Let's see now. We can basically do everything in this prologue right here, right now, so that's good. We'll get it out of the way and we won't have to come back. Oh! Look at that! Look at that! Bear carry! Get out of the way, Snowman Doll! Magical Seed! Paracarry and a Magical Seed. We're getting, we're halfway to accessing, the 6th chapter. Here we are, back on the other side. I probably would not do that randomizer in particular, but I have also done a couple other ones. I've done Oot once or twice. I've done Majora's Mask once or twice. I've done Metroid Prime 2 twice, a couple times. They're good randomizers, but harder, and I think slower. There's, more time. The thing about those randomizers I find hard is that there's a lot of time spent walking between checks, and not a lot of ways to, speed that up, It's just and Super Metroid especially, right? Or not Super Metroid, Metroid, want to do Sushi, probably. And Metroid Prime 2, right? Samus has a walk speed, and if you want to go from anywhere to anywhere else, you're just going to have to walk there. And I feel like that inflates the time a randomizer takes by, a considerable margin. But also, it can't be helped. That's just how the game is. The randomizer does have, some extra stuff that you can do. Basically, a debug menu that lets you, warp and otherwise do things that you're not supposed to be able to. So if you get, soft locked, you can teleport yourself out. And a couple times I've played that randomizer, I've eventually been fuck it, I'm tired, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna let myself warp now. I am giving myself access to fast travel, and I am just declaring it now. I declare that fast travel is allowed now. Okay? Okay. Hey, that was a pretty good get. We just got access to the other half of, we can now, exit this mansion and go into Glusty Glade. Although without Parakarry, we won't be able to get far, but still, it's pretty good. Also, we'll open up the shop in this this area. Randomizers are fun, and I'll say, I got into them, as part of doing, streaming, right? They're great for streams. Fantastic stream games. But I'll say, they are also fantastic podcast games. If you've played these games enough and you want to, replay them over the course of, 2 or 3 hours, maybe, 6 or 7, realistically, sometimes. If you want to replay them, but on a lot faster time scale, over the course of a Sunday afternoon, let's say, randomizers are great for that. I've done it, off stream as podcast games, a couple of times. and it's been lovely every time. You can also set it up, by the way, so that certain glitches are in logic, but I don't know how to do those glitches, so they're not. All vanilla here. Let's see. If this is nothing, we just exit. This is nothing. We just exit. Ugh. How are we doing? We're about an hour in. On this side, we've gotten like... Let's see. How many items are required to finish this game right now? Logic not... Assuming that everything is just like out in the open. On this side, on the early game side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9? 9, like 9. Like 9 items that we need. Oh, and partners. Shit, so more than that. Yeah, we're pretty far out. Probably. We're barely getting started here. We will manage. Ugh. I'll say again, Extra Life is going to be the Tuesday. Before Thanksgiving. And I might do 2 days of that. Maybe like Tuesday and then the following Sunday, let's say. Sounds like a good way to do it. That Extra Life will be Mario Party, 8 of them, 50 turns each, with some like weird rules surrounding that. It'll be fun to play with, you know, or there'll be some donation incentives, let's say. The 3 donation incentives that aren't like, ooh, hey, that's a thing. But we're in late game, so that doesn't really do anything for me. Come to think of it. The 3 donation incentives. I think we're done here. Let me just make sure before I teleport out. The 3 donation incentives will be $10. You make me like hoot and holler until the next turn, you know, using the hoot and holler button. $25 will be sponsor a computer player, wherein a CPU will be turned to hard, and you'll get your name next to them or something, you know. You'll have credit for that computer player's accomplishments in that game. For $50, you get to direct me on a turn. Whatever you want me to do, I have to do it. Those are the 3 things that are on the old docket for that. As well as a, like, long-term... If we get up to $500 total, I'll do, like, a playthrough of Mario Party 3, the single player. And if we get to 1,000, let's say, like, I doubt we will, but if we did, I would buy Mario Party 9 and do a stream, probably a really long stream, where I went through every map of that game and did, like, the regulation length game of it. You know? Regulation length game of that, which I think would come out to a pretty long stream, and also a pretty miserable one for me. I think that is a worthy reward for, if we were to reach 1,000 for that their stream. Let's see now. Got Paracarry, we got, knew we can get with Paracarry. We don't have bombs yet. But you know what? We can get to chapter, we can now get to chapter, 7 through the underground. So I guess we're going to chapter 7 as soon as... Oh my god. Imagine if we had needed that item. Oh my god, that would have been fucked. Fortunately, it was junk. Jeez. Well, I hope the other one downstairs is also junk, because I don't think we can do the shell game switching every 4 minutes. That's not gonna be possible. Crap. Didn't think of that. Lucky that was junk. It was a coin that they're hiding. Oh, oh! I don't have Parakarry, but or Cooper, but there's the other Power Plus. They added a debug extra Power Plus to the game. I want that. I want... Oh, wait a minute. I can't get down there. I don't have Bombettes. Crap. There's actually less we can do here than what I thought. We'll come back for that later. Also, there might be more that we can do at the mansion. Let me think. We can't get through that wall, and we don't have the weight. Okay, well, yeah, let me check my key items real fast. Make sure yeah, we don't have the weight. We can, however, get to Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is all open to us. Chapter 3 is, like, more open. We can do more Chapter 3. We have options here. We could even go down to, like, we could even go over here and go over to, like, the area on the other side of the old river. Also, you know what, on the hard game side, we never did, like, Cheeto What? We never did, Chet Ripto, so we need to go do Chet Ripto. And get all the items off of him. Chet Ripto, yep. I think other than that, good. As far as things we need to do, need to check. Other randomizers that are good. I tried there's like a Chrono Trigger randomizer. Unfortunately, I feel like, you know, since it had been a while since I played Chrono Trigger, it was just sort of felt like vanilla Chrono Trigger, but with the worlds kind of being in the wrong order. And they were still, like, equally, like, you know, the leveling would be required to do harder areas. So it really didn't make sense to do, like, randomized in the way that I was, way that it was, so I ended up not doing a stream of that or doing that much more with it. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just playing through Chrono Trigger in its entirety, like, on stream or something, at some point. We don't need to go there, that's all out of logic. That chapter is, but, we can go down here. Yeah, I love Chrono Trigger. Fauntleroy, did you, or anyone else, did y'all play, Sea of Stars? Bombette! I haven't played Chrono Cross, no, actually. That's, like, on the PlayStation, right? We're on this side now. You need to play Sea of Stars. You do. I love Sea of Stars. It's phenomenal. Definitely a top-tier game for this year, you know. I mean, it's below the top 3, right? You know, it's below Wonder and Pikmin and Tears of the Kingdom for me, but goddamn if it's probably like number 4 or something, which in this year is impressive. It's you know, in a lot of ways, it's as good as Chrono Trigger, you know, or better. Like, as far as the systems go, I have never seen, like, a better, like, RPG system, right? Like, the way that that game is put together is just smart as hell. And it's more than just It's more than just, you know, hey, since we got Bombette, we can just go through this wall. How about that? It's more than just Chrono Trigger, but a new version of it. You know, it's a lot more inspired than that. It's a lot more clever and inventive and systems-wise interesting. We can't hit those blocks unless does a Bombette work? No. Need a ground pound. We don't have that yet. We have Lancaster, though, so we can go at least down to the basement where the other guy was. Going that way would unlock a pipe to the island, but also we would have to fight a blooper, so probably should try to avoid doing that if we can help it. Waterstone. I was thinking about I've been going through like my old streams and like clipping them up, and I clipped up the whole stream where I did like a first impressions of Sea of Stars, you know, pulled out a bunch of fun clips from that, and goddamn, that's a cool ass. That game is cool as hell, and thinking about that again makes me think like, goddamn, that's like Game of the Year quality right there. Think that might be your next game after Alan Wake. I mean, it is true, like, right now is a really hard time for games. Really hard time for games. There's a lot of games coming out. You know, like, Mario RPG is next week. By the way, I said last time that I thought it was this week. I was wrong. It's next week. Mario RPG is next week. I still have to play Cocoon. Doing a Game Pass stream next week where I try out Cocoon, Persona 5 Tactica, and a couple other games. Those games could all be like Game of the Year quality, you know, could make the list. I'll say though, Jade Cocoon? No, it's just called Cocoon. It's the indie game where you play a little guy who's like moving worlds around. It's weird. I don't really get it from like watching other people play it. You know, I watched some of the Quick Look, for instance. But I'm thinking maybe if I play it for myself, I'll actually enjoy it. And, you know, it's on Game Pass, so, you know, I have no excuse not to. And also, good stream material. Good content. I hope. Back to this side. We got some stuff to check. What else is there? I'll say, I think this WarioWare, one of the yeah, Jusant is also on the docket for that stream next Thursday. Jusant is. It's also on Game Pass. What was I gonna say? I forget, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, WarioWare, the new WarioWare. I wanna say, that game is fucking great. It's tiring, so I can't play it in that long of sessions, but goddamn, I think they've done, like, probably the best WarioWare they've done since the original. I will say I think that might be a top 3 WarioWare product, which, you know, pretty damn impressive, I think. I don't know, like, how much it has for, like, bonus content. You know, maybe that's a area that, like, WarioWare Touched has the advantage on. You know, they don't really do that much in the way of bonus content anymore for those WarioWare games, but I'll say, I really want to have. Right now, I am definitely looking at my Game of the Year list and going like, God damn, I would like it if WarioWare was on this list. I am a little worried about trying out Cocoon and Persona 5 Tactica just so far, and you know what? All of a sudden, I was worried for most of the year that I wouldn't have enough games. All of a sudden, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have plenty. I'm going to fill up the list, and I'm not gonna have room for one of the games that I want to get room for. But you know, that's a good problem to have. Wait, the climbing game is from Don't Nod? The guys who made Life is Strange? Wait, what? That's them? What the fuck? I didn't know that. Wow, okay. That's gonna be a weird one. Okay, what do we got right now? What do we got access to? I got bomb bet. So now we can do the whole booze mansion thing. We were at a thing, an impasse over in Boo's Mansion, and now we are unblocked there, so we just head back over there. Or we're probably about to switch, aren't we? I'll say it does switch exactly every 4 minutes, but because it takes a few seconds to switch over, there is some drift, so it's not exactly 4 minutes on the dot, you know, every 4 minutes on the dot. Looks like we were like, you know, off by like a couple minutes. But that's fine, you know, it doesn't have to be that precise. Usually their games are pretty story heavy, but apparently this one is not very talky. It's just, you know, gamey. That's cool. Okay, shit. I like the original Life is Strange. I feel like every sequel has been, not good by comparison. But, I believe in them. I'll believe in them. Okay, here we are in the late game. And, wait. Did this already? No, we didn't do it on this side. We only did it on the other side. This seed thing is confusing in ways. I think I want to upgrade Bomb Bet here. Bomb Bet is always good to upgrade. Man. I don't think it was a giant hit, but you liked the Don't Nod game Vampire? Never played that one, no. I think I did hear about it. And it sounded like pretty, okay. This is 5 through 7. Weight is out of logic. Castle Key is out of logic. I will buy a Zap Tap, though. That sounds good. Let me look at my, what I can equip real fast. The costs are randomized, or shuffled, rather, so I'm gonna put on the D down pound. That sounds pretty good. Here, there's an item up in the upstairs. Do we have the warehouse key? Yes we do. Okay, so we'll be able to get out of this town and complete that, side quest. I say side quest, you know, it's part of the story, is that you're trapped in this town until you complete the murder mystery. In the randomizer here, you don't actually need to start the murder mystery. You can just head directly to the end. So let me go by the Toad shop place, take a nap real fast. That's going to give us an item. I think originally it was like a mushroom or a coin or something. And here it's a Goom Nut. We don't need it. Beautiful. Let's have a look what's under the ice. It is out of logic. That's for chapter 4. Don't need it. Nice to be able to ignore things because we know we won't need it to finish. It's a pretty nifty advantage to doing it this way. This seed has less to do, only 3 chapters to finish. But I do feel like this seed had a much rougher start, so we'll see which one finishes first. I reckon they'll both be around the same time. Open for around, like, 5 hours. It's my, like, honest hope. Like, total for the both of them. That'd be, like, a optimistic... I'm not sure if it's optimistic. We do have access to a lot of places right now in either side. A fair amount, let's say. Maybe not a lot, really. Took us a while to get the jump here. If you're wondering, I decided to start on the late game seed with no jump, and I started the early game seed with no hammer. I thought that would be a fun way to do it. And I also gave, like, fully maxed out hammer and jump to start with for one or the other, you know. No real logic behind that, just I thought it would be fun to have those have, like, dramatically different starts. Alright, we open the next area. Meanwhile, this is good, hey. We can do this and hopefully finish it by the time we're switching over, if it's relevant. Let's see now. It's bullshit! It's bullshit! We're out of here. We don't have to care. Good, I'm not even gonna watch. Where is it? I don't know, but I'm just gonna leave. Very good. I think that's like... There's not that many, like, similar mini-games here that will require us to, like, remember where things are. I guess there is the one in Chapter 1. But we already did that one, so we're good. The shop has nothing? Okay, good to know. I don't have Paracarry yet, so I can't get that Power Plus, but when we do get Paracarry, we're going to remember that that's there and that we should get it. Yes. Yes. Alright then, let's go into the gulch. The gulch. Go ahead, open it, is what she said. By the way, I do have cards prepared, but I was just thinking for tonight, let's just focus on the games. You know, it's complicated enough remembering and keeping track of all the things that are in these games without, like, bringing up, like, you know, movie news or other things that I have prepared to talk about if need be. A lot of movie news. Congratulations to the you know, those fellas in the entertainment industry figuring out a deal and resuming entertainment work. That's lovely. I'm looking forward to, you know, movies in the future being filmed and hopefully with reasonably good rights for, you know, actors and such. I won't actually be invisible during this scene, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't care about Mario. Even though Mario's just standing there. Ooh. I think we can... There are a few things we can check here before we leave. But not that many, because there is a point where Paracarry is required, and we will be able to proceed no further. That said, there's like actually not that much. The fucking dusty hammer. That said, we have plenty of other places to look. Chapter 2, most prominently, is massive and pretty much all open to us. Like, you know, we can get to the desert, so we can get into the temple. We can get into the ruins. We can get to the mountain, so we can do all the mountain stuff. We can do the desert, which is a massive place that has a lot of things. Yeah, let's do chapter 2. Did I say chapter 2? I meant chapter 7. I meant chapter 7. This game is only late game. We only have to do late game stuff, folks, so, you know, buckle in. Logic. We're going to have to fight a junior trooper here. That'll be fine. This is the only essential junior trooper in the randomizer. The only one that'll be for sure have to fight. If we accidentally, like, go a certain way after a certain point, we might have to fight some other ones, but we won't do that. There's a bunch of stuff that could be here. If it's not here, what do we have right now? For chapter 5, we don't necessarily have anything that'll let us do anything new over there yet. So I'm thinking, logically, we'll be able to find something here. I'm trying to think if there's, like... The mailbag. We should return the mailbag. Next time we're in town, we'll return the mailbag. That could be something. I assume all those, like, Toad Town items are associated with Toad Town and not with Chapter 4. That is my assumption. But, honestly, I'm not sure how that works. We'll see. We'll turn them in and see what happens. I'll take a FP+. We have a bucket. Let's put the bucket on head. There's a thing. There's a scarf and maybe like one other item this way. There's a mushroom back there. An invisible block. That'll be something. Just have to beat this guy and... Oopsie daisy. Beat this guy and, you know, see what happens. God damn it. Combat can't hurt guys who are in the air. At least not yet, so... Go with sushi. Kind of annoying. The attack is really long, and, you know, will never kill us. So, just a bit of a waste. Swim madly. Let's try a squirt. I think fully upgraded squirt ought to do it. There we go. We'd have to get really fast button inputs to get the damage of a tidal wave up to 7, I think. Apparently you can do it, it's just really hard. Slash, for a human. Might not be viable for a human. Let's see, what's here? So here we're going to get a scarf, and I think that's it. Don't think there's anything else in this town in particular. That said, once we get the scarf, we can get another item from the mayor, and also a couple more items from the town Toad shop place. Check that. You know what? On the late game one, we never checked the star place, the place where the stars live. That could be something. Here in this file, we're going down to chapter 2. Chapter 2. I say on this file, in the seed. Gonna take the train real fast. I got zero letters, actually. We need 3 to get that junior paratroopa. Paratroopa? That's not his name. Paracarry check. We need to, but of course that's just a check. Maybe nothing. Probably nothing. Most likely nothing. There's plenty of stuff we can do here on the mountain. Should we start with the mountain, or should we start with? I mean, I have the hammer. So the only thing I'm lacking mountain-wise is Paracarry. So there will be some stuff we can't get on the mountain until we get Paracarry, but I don't know, might as well get what we can get here. It's a little less of a maze than, like, you know, the desert is. I think stuff is closer together. Help grow or the algorithm. Help grow or the algorithm. That's an either or? Your question, I'm not sure how to parse it. Algorithm? Those two things don't seem mutually exclusive. I think we would all like to help our, you know, fellow peers grow, but it is also true that we are all at the mercy of the algorithm, which, you know, confuses me every day. Should look into, oh, okay, some sort of, failure on Twitch's end. You're saying probably should look into making shorts. I have thought about it. It's just that style of, like, short form video, I don't know, man. That's just not my thing. I like long form video, you know? It's just the way that I like it, and I'm somewhat stubborn about the whole matter. I know I feel like if I just, like, converted the clips that I'm making on Twitch into shorts for YouTube, shorts for TikTok, that would probably help a lot to, like, getting myself out there, you know? But, I don't know. TikTok is something that I'm just, like, I don't know. I'm just, like, I feel like I'm too old for it, you know? Like, I feel like I missed the boat. I'm never gonna get on that boat. I'm fine with that, you know? That's my complicated feelings about TikTok. You know? A vague sense of, like, yeah, okay, that's, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do my thing over here. Y'all have fun over there, you know? Mountain time is fun. I'm enjoying mountain time. I guess these are both mountains, actually. Both files are on mountains right now. Snowy Mountain versus Arid Mountain. I feel like the thing that hangs me up on that is definitely the vertical format thing. That, like, I don't know. A part of me just doesn't really like the idea of taking horizontal games and making them into editing them into vertical form. You know? You're always gonna lose something in the conversion, like some bit of context of the experience of the original. You know, it's I guess I feel about that the same way that filmmakers feel about people watching movies on their phone, you know? I just feel a sense of, like, Ew, no. You're ruining it when you do it that way. What have you done? You know? Which I guess is a silly way to think about. But then again, when I see movie clips that I can only find in like a shorts format, and I just think, God damn it, I wanted the original movie clip that's widescreen. I have a TV that is widescreen. And you know, even if I was watching on my phone, you know what I can do? I can go like this and watch it widescreen. I wanted to see the stuff on the sides, you know? That's how I feel about that. And I'll say, you know, I think there's a lot of stuff that is perfectly good in a vertical aspect ratio. Like, I love Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is best when you play its vertical style. You know? It's best when you play it that way. What has he got? Nothing. Marvel Snap is best when you're playing it vertical, and I bet you could do a really good, like, TikTok, a lot of good TikTok content, short content, just like capturing your phone, regular style, and streaming it out. You know? Like, that'd be the ideal way to watch Marvel Snap, actually. As well as certain like, live action stuff where the camera is, like, you know, iPhone style. Maybe, like, if you were doing a stream, like, looking at photos or something, that'd be great in a vertical aspect ratio, because photos are, more often than not, vertical. There's a couple things in Toad Town that we need to do. One being check the item over here. The item in the Star Summit. We also need to do the post bag and the storage room. So, good chance of us finding the next thing that'll get us where we want to go in one of these rooms. It could also be in the room that's behind the pipe leading to World 3 in the sewers. We can get to that, we just have to fight a boss. If we get the ground pound boots, we won't have to fight that boss, so preferable if we could just find ground pound boots or something. But if that's not possible, we'll fight that boss and take that thing. There's also the other blooper that is guarding a item that we have not checked yet. Could also be there. Good amount of possibilities to track down. I'll say I have a lot of clips on Twitch that, you know, a lot of them are really good. And if I started, like, sharing them to TikTok, yeah, that would probably help a lot. Right now, that is not one of my priorities. You know. Okay, there's one item that we need over there. The green key. Definitely will need that, but no way to get it without the, you know, paracarry. I'm pretty sure there's no way you can't, like, jump off this cliff or anything, right? Okay, yeah, totally killed my momentum there. So, you know, they don't let you do that. The original flow of this area is you do everything, and then you retrace your stealth with paracarry to do some stuff. You know, if you want to, like, clean up later. I think this is all we can do in this particular area right now, if I am not mistaken. So let's head to the other side of this world. We'll get there through, like, the homeward shroom. And then, we have the storeroom key in this file? We do not. Okay. Go over here, and then we're going to, got this guy taken care of, right? Perfect. Okay. get to the place, we need to go through here. And we can also go to the dungeon. We can also go to the Chapter 2 dungeon. Let me think. Is there anything we can't do in Chapter 2 dungeon right now? Not really. A couple places where pair carry is required, but other than that, nah. And, you know, we don't have enough keys to finish it, but, other than that, it's pretty good. I'm gonna pull up a map real fast of, the deserts on my end. Oh, that's good. Apparently they added more. There's, like, trees and stuff that are on the tracker now that I didn't know were added to the deserts. Okay, that's good to know. I usually would just scroll down on this tracker, but now with this particular setup, that would look really weird in a couple places, so I cannot scroll the tracker without causing y'all weirdness. All right. Jeez, there's so much in the deserts. We maybe should have started with the deserts. Maybe there's even an argument to say, like, auto jump? Wow. Maybe there's an argument to say that with the desert being so massive, as well as the woods, maybe the early game should have had, like, extra. Should have been the one with a lesser amount of chapters. I bet it's fine though. I bet they'll finish like around same time. Right then, here we are again over here. I think we might have not done this guy. Yeah. Once we got the ability to jump, we never went back and checked this guy. Also, there's a couple trees that we now have access to because we can jump. I know it's been a while since we could jump, but we didn't retrace our steps. Over here, storeroom. We need to do the storeroom now. That is your storeroom key. I'm just gonna use it though. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna have a look at what you got. Boots! Pound boots! Another magical seed. That's fantastic. And yeah, super boots. We can now ground pound. Ground pounding is gonna open up some good shit. Let me say. That goes without saying. Hell yeah. First off, why don't we just go back down there and get those items that are like, you know, the question block bridge. We can now hit all those. Now that we have ground pound. Pretty great. Go ahead and get that done. Oh! Hey, chapter 5. No, 6. Chapter 6 is now open. We have now opened chapter 6. We have all the seeds. Chapter 6 has a lot of stuff, so, you know, that'll be pretty good. I don't need to go heh. That's weird. Ah, damn it. Let's check these remaining 3. And, I see no reason to rush. We don't need the letter. Letter is irrelevant to us. Considering that, we can't... That's out of logic. In this seed, since it's, that's an early game item. Those go at pair carry. Starstone. That's fucking great. Okay, what did I get? A letter. Well, doesn't matter, but we got it. Well, that's fucking great. Hey. Let's, real fast, just, like, empty out the sewers before we head over to, Flower Fields. There's now, officially, you know, one sushi that we won't have to fight because we have a way around that sushi. Or I'd say that sushi, geez, that blooper. We should check over here, though, because there's, like, a couple of things, and they're all perfectly good. We do have to fight a blooper to do it, though. On the other end, where are we at? Yeah, deserts. Desert's big and complicated. What do you want? I guess we didn't do... This is the first blooper. We didn't do either blooper yet on that side. I'm gonna pull up my tracker so my other tracker with a map on it so I can see where we're going. Pokey room. What is that? That is the cookbook. Oh, right. That's not on the tracker. From here, I think the best route is to go left one and then down. Trying to, like, thread all these various checks in the desert together. Starstone. There's the mouse in this screen, apparently. No, this is Runaway Pay. This is the Runaway Pay screen. Ooh. Castle key. That's killer. I'm assuming there's not, like, trees. I mean, I can check. Yep, no tree. Tree. Mouse, and there's a foliage tree right here. It has nothing. I think I want to go far left tree for this room. I'm glad I'm using this because that's one of my favorite badges. Let me equip that right now. Quake bounce? That's pretty cool. Like Quake hammer, but in a shoe form. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go down one and then one to the left here. Should be a question mark block here. Yes, there is. Got nothing. Item on ledge, item on brick block, foliage. Okay. Maybe I should disable the foliage coins. It seems like that they're maybe a lot more of them than I remember. A lot more of those than I really recall. That's the weight. We already have a way down to the basement, so we really don't need the weight. I'm gonna pass on the weight. We don't need the weight. I could go get it, but whatever. Until the randomizer, I didn't know how to get that coin, by the way. That thing, that item up there. You catch a ride on a tornado in a adjacent room, and it takes you there. If you don't know. Never really went for it in my personal, like, you know, Paper Mario play. I love Paper Mario. I just don't do the optional stuff so much. You know. And I'll say there are options to add, like, Koopa Koot and shit to the randomizer. I don't care for that. Upgrade Laxter more. The Koopa Koot stuff, that is just nothing to me. I don't know any of the Koopa Koot steps, and I don't really care to learn them. Again, great thing about randomizers like this, very customizable. Whatever whatever game you want to make it into, you can probably do it. Lemon tree, lime tree, foliage. Oh, there, yeah, another foliage coin right there. I probably should take a nap in this. Oh, wait, no. I thought it was really low for a second. I misread. My health is fine. More than fine. It's fantastic. Just gonna belly flop here. Kill him next turn. Ooh. Take a drink. Okay, let's see what we earned through that. It's the mystery note. Not on the tracker because that's just a clue. That doesn't get you anything. That said, I think the... Also, we need to switch... I need to switch trackers real fast. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, folks. Go through here and get the rooms on the other side. Again, Chapter 3 is out of logic, so we don't need to actually hit this switch, but we do need to go in here and get this room sorted out. Well, that's probably the worst badge in the game. Slow go. It's not even like... There's literally no use for it. No one would ever wear it. Unless they were like... It was like a donation incentive on like a marathon stream. Where slow go. God, that would be one hell of a weird incentive. Make someone do slow go on like a marathon run. It'd have to be like limited because I feel like it would take forever to finish the game with slow go equipped. Doesn't really make sense. Gonna fight this blooper as well, and the last blooper we're not gonna do. Come on, fuck it. I don't know how these all ended up so damn cheap. Doesn't make sense to me. Did I equip that flower saving, like, beta badge? That, like, saves 2 flower points every time you attack? Might be that. Might be this is a discounted price. Maybe that's what the light blue means. Oh. Been a little tired recently. Been sleeping a good amount, you know, like, being between gigs, it's very easy to just, like, you know, take a nice, you know, late afternoon nap if you really want to, right? And, I've been finding, like, you know, wake up, do some interviews and stuff, and then, you know, chilling. It's nice. Nice to chill and relax, but, still, anyhow, I find myself, like, middle of the evening, being somewhat sleepy. Probably a good thing, you know. Making sure I don't, like, go around the bend or something. Is that a phrase people would use? I mean, to say that it's important to not, like, let my sleep schedule drift, like, all the way around, you know? Do the thing where like, you're, you know... I don't think this has anything other than these... Wait a minute. Something in there. Dolly! That's important. Well, it could be, anyway. Okay, very important we know, like all these extra foliage coins. Make sure we're not missing any. They added a lot, huh? Didn't used to be all these foliage coins. So a lot of these are relatively new. Like, this one didn't used to be here. Distinctly remember this one not being there. And they weren't on the tracker neither, like, maybe the last time I played the randomizer. Go figure. Things change, you know? It's good. We want them to change. I forget what I was talking about. Alright, there's not that much more in the desert here. Believe that, we already got the, question mark block that's near the eye of the mouse, so we're just going here to... Oh, we got the train! Once we get access to Toy Box, we're gonna have access to a lot of Toy Box, actually. Just make sure that there's nothing in these rooms other than... Okay. There's just a couple more places left to check in the desert. Mostly north of the entrance. And also a room with 5 question mark blocks. So 5 checks. Pretty fucking good. You know. Pretty likely it'll have something for us. Don't have the artifact yet, I'm pretty sure. Right? Let me check. Yeah, no artifact yet. I'm gonna go for those 5 blocks, first. We can also do a good amount of ruins. We might want to go into the ruins right now. Bow! Bow opens up Toy Box. Toy Box is open. Toy Box is open. Also, once we get Paracarry, we can do, we can do Chapter 3, pretty much. Honestly, we're just like we're 2 items away from being able to do Chapter 3 in its entirety. You know, we just need to get, Paracarry, and, I don't think we need Cooper for Chapter 3. We need Paracarry, and we need 1 more key. So, we're getting pretty close on that. That's fucking rad. Let me see now. Just want to make sure real fast that there's no foliage. Where the fuck was I? Over here! I just got past this. So I need to go in this room and do this thing. We have the maximum hammer, so we can get the power up here for one of our partners. Also this room where we can see an item and also do a power up for another partner. Let's see the power up. See the item. It's a coin. It's nothing. Okay. Meanwhile, over here is upgrade block. Let's do... Got Lacuster over here? Yeah. Go with Lacuster. Lacuster is really good against the Flower Fields boss. Definitely want to have that, like, as upgraded as possible for that, that boss fight. Power up down here. Another We'll upgrade Lancaster the rest of the way with this one. Let's see, anything else we can do in this area? I don't think so. I think after this we, let's go into Flower Fields next, let's say. In fact, let's just warp back. Also, let's turn in a couple of things while we're here. Oh, we don't have the dictionary in the save. In the seed. Okay, never mind. We did the storeroom already. Yeah, let's go Flower Fields. Whole lot we can get in Flower Fields. Like, it's a goddamn good place for us right now. Lucrative checks. Checks aplenty. You know? That's what we're looking at here. In the other file, we didn't go to the Forbidden Forest, so we could also check Forbidden Forest in that seed. That's also a possibility. For, like, a place things could be. At least in the early game. The early game, one. Oh. Hell. Let's go. Hello, my man. What ho? What ho indeed. Hello, wise Wisterwood. Let's see now. Now, we do have to complete this chapter, for which we'll need a bean, we'll need grass, and we'll need water, and we'll need sun. For sure, we will have to go to the left and deal with the poison machine, but let's start by going right, seeing what's up over here. We got Bombette, so we can go say hi to the sun. I don't think the sun really has an item, so it's not really important to do so. Coin over there, coin over here. After we say hello to the sun, that's when the Lancaster fight appears, and the Lancaster fight will have, like, an additional item for us. Ooh, frying pan. That's gonna let us make cake. That's going to give us, like, further access to Chapter 4. What do we need now for Chapter 4? Like, okay, we don't... Once we turn the pan into cake, we will have everything we need to just 100% Chapter 4. We have the first chapter that we can actually complete, folks. And it's Chapter 4. That's often what happens. Chapter 4, you don't need that much, relatively. And also, I'll say, Chapter 4 is a great place to go because there's just so many goddamn items in there. You know, all nestled in together. There could be a lot of stuff we need over there. Wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, the remaining major items that we need. Let's do inventory. To finish Chapter 1, we need Hooper and 1 key, so 2 items. To finish Chapter 2, what do we need? We need Paracarry. I think we need Paracarry. We need Paracarry to finish? Maybe? Undecided on Paracarry, but we need 2 keys. So 2 or 3 items. We need 2 or 3 more of those keys. Chapter 3, we need Paracarry and 1 key. So 2 items there, and we're on 100% on this one. On Chapter 4. So we're actually really close on like every chapter here in the early game seed. You get right down. Oh, hey, there's one of the keys. Right there. That's a lot of what we need for this this chapter, actually. Of course, I am assuming that you know, not counting items that happen to be hidden behind other non-essential items. You know, like if this was an essential item, we would need Paracarry, but you know, you need Paracarry in any case. Okay, bump attack will kill this guy. So let's just do that. I'm gonna grab this Super Smash badge. Why not? Meanwhile, this room. Look up there. What is that? That's a badge that is worthless? Okay, don't need it. Let's hit the switch and see what this item that it is that spawns. Repeat all these guys, which again, you know, is straightforward. Bump attack, you know. Even if we didn't have bump attack, or like, you know, I say, you know, I like starting with bump attack. I would have gotten spin attack. I got spin attack earlier, so I would have had a way to do that either in any case. I just prefer simplifying it a bit, you know. Was that another key? Wait, what was that? Fuck, that was another key. Well, we can even check the optional one. The optional one that we don't need to go to, really. Assuming you can get to it without Paracarry. I can't remember. Here we are in the late game again. Let's go fight Lacaster. Not Lacaster, yeah, Lacaster, that's his name. Lacalester. Is it Lacalester? I feel like people always say Lacaster. Maybe I say Lacaster. Do people say Lacaster? I should pay attention when I watch the next Paper Mario stream that I watch and see how people refer to Lacalester or Lacaster. And then see if they say Lacalester or they say Lacaster. Pretty sure everyone says Lacaster. Sometimes I say Spike. Spike is a good name. I mean, I know it's just a cool guy. He's trying to be intimidating type name, but it's cool. And like, you know, I like a cool name. Lacaster. I wish that this game had the partner P power up. That's just a really good badge, you know, in Thousand Year Door. Power Plus, just, you know, without reservation, my favorite badge. Like 100% for sure with a bullet. I love Power Plus so much. Shit. Well, apparently, right, because I don't have the upgraded boots. I guess also he must have, like, some defense as well. That wouldn't have done the trick, even if I had timed it right. Right. I'll forgive. They shortened some cutscenes, but, not everything. Alright, we got a single coin. I'll say, of the whole clips question from earlier, the shorts, TikTok, etc. You know, I'm not saying I'll never do it. What I am saying is I'd rather not, you know, and as a result, it's not like a priority. Oh. There's a million things that you can do, right, as far as like, oh, new stream features, new means of interaction that people can engage with. And I guess, like, on a certain level, I find setting those things up to be more fun than, like, just messing around with, like, than just, like, messing around with, types of clip, or whatever. That said, you know, I do make an effort to, like, clip from the Twitch side as many clips as possible for each stream, so there are cool moments from every stream up to a certain point on Twitch, and some of them would be, like, cool to... I bet some of them TikTok would really like. And maybe that would be a good idea for so many reasons. But right now, I'm focusing more on just, like, getting all those streams clipped up, doing, like, regular work search type stuff, you know? Wait. I actually have... I must have gotten the Pyramid Stone without realizing it. Okay, shit, we only have, like, one item that we need here that we don't have, which is pretty cool. Okay. Oh, my head kind of hurts. Ugh. This will let us get to the last of the, room with a guy in it. I'm not sure if that guy is like, that guy has an item. I don't know what it is. If it's something good, then, you know, that could be... pass on that. Don't really want that one. Still could have been the one, so it's good to check. I'll say also, if we finish this, one of those files, we'll just stop switching, you know? We'll just, stick on one until the end. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we get there. Seems quite likely. I feel like at the pace the early game is going, but the early game does also need to, like... What did I do that for? It's just a fucking coin. Power bomb right now, that'll do it. These guys are chumps. Yep, good. Okay. Not even gonna get the coin. I think we've done everything we can do in the ruins. Let's trace our steps back up. I think there might be one more thing. I'm trying to think if we can get it right now. If we can get anything that's, like, in the entrance to the desert. Probably, but also, I do think it's Chapter 4 time. I think it's Chapter 4 time. It's time to go to Chapter 4. We'll do that right after I check, right after I check... Right after I check, like, the room that has the Big Bird Man in it, you know? The Big Bird boss. Not gonna fight the Big Bird boss, but we are just going to go ahead and poke the head in and make sure that there's no, question mark blocks available in that area. I don't think we went to the area that's, like, right before the bird guy either, so that's one more thing we can just, you know, hammer off. Don't have the artifact that would be good for here. And, yeah, this is just a save block. I'll hit a save. Alright, let's go back to the mountainside real fast, and then we'll go do Chapter 4. I'm gonna tell him I'm Luigi. if you're wondering. Don't worry, I'll remember that because it's not a thing that changes. I'm gonna upgrade. Should I upgrade? I feel like I'm just gonna upgrade Watt, even though I don't have Watt yet. There's a chance that I won't get Watt. There's a chance that Watt is not like in the critical path. If that were to happen, I would just use Bombettes in the final battle and such, but I do like Watt. I do like having Watt a lot for the final battle when possible. Let's go with Bombette for this. Yeah, Bombette. Okay, 1 Mega Bomb. 7 each, so kill all but the Koopa, the Lackakoopa, Lackaster? All but the Lackey. Feel like I'm forgetting what they're called. Like Lackalester. That's a name version. Maybe Lackaster is like the drone version of the name. Lackalester is weird to say. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Lester, in general, weird name. You don't see that many Lesters running around. There we go, sun's out. Very good. 1 step towards completing this world. Meanwhile, still a lot of places to check as far as items go in this. And we gotten like all the berries, so all the areas will be open. And also the water gem, so we can get that stuff as well. All the stuff that requires that. Make sure that those are accounted for. I also did those earlier. Let's just go like, you know, clockwise, basically. Cooper. Good to see you, buddy. What's the order here? It's like, no, it's not. It's not that. It's, middle, right, left. Point. Hell yeah, Cooper. That's a good one. That'll let us get into Chapter 1. And once we get one more key, we'll be able to finish Chapter 1. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I saying? This is late game. We don't need Chapter 1. What the fuck? What do we need Cooper for? Ice Palace. We need him for the Ice Palace. We also need Cooper for... I'm sure there are individual checks that need Cooper as well. I'm not sure if we actually need Cooper for ice. Yes, we do. We need him on the way, on the road. If you don't have Cooper, you cannot proceed. Should we do the mole fights? We should do the mole fights. I don't like these mole fights, but let's just go ahead and take care of them. Luigi. I'll say again, for anyone just joining, concept, you can read it on screen, but I'm playing 2 seeds at once. Randomly, you know, switching 2 seeds, one of which is all late game, one of which is all early game. And the logic is constrained to, you know, only have items from early or late. You know, only have the items that are required in the appropriate parts. I think it's time to go to Chapter 4 now. let's go do chapter 4. We just got access to it, and also we just got everything we need to finish it, so yeah. I need to go turn a pan into a cake. Not like a pancake, but you know. I'm gonna give a lady a pan. She's gonna bake me a cake, and that cake will be what I need to finish chapter 4. Here's your frying pan, give me a cake. I think there's other ways you can get a cake, so it's, you know. Wait. Oh, I need to go get some. There you go. I forgot that they randomized the... Of course they randomized the thing. What I need is, I need to get a, I totally forgot. I need to get a, cooking powder, cooking solution. I need to get some, what's it called? The cake mix. Go get a cake mix from somewhere. They don't happen to sell cake mix, no. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm sure there's cake mix somewhere in this game. We get cake mix, we can finish it off. Okay, that's why the pan is not, you know, all you need. I do wish that it worked, that, like, once you got cake mix, it was just like with the berries, like, it just went into key items. And then the cake also went into key items, but, that's not how it do. Right, here we are in Toy Box. A lot of stuff to do in Toy Box. Just checks galore. I betcha we'll see cake mix pretty soon. What if there was cake mix right here? Thought I already had Goomba. No, I had Goombario in the other seed. Right. I don't need blueberries. I don't need that either. What am I doing? I don't need the blue key. I don't need the blueberry. Fire shield, though. That's pretty good. Bah. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're done in this room. If I keep saying, I think we're gonna see a baking soda cake mix, eventually, I'll be right. Think. Cake mix. No. It's fun when you get it right. Wait, no, what am I saying? That chapter is not critical path. Wait. Alright, Hurricane's the one where you blow. Thought that was Spike Swarm. Whatever. Just do hammer. Oh yeah, hammer's what I want to use here. Really wish I had found Quake Hammer. I didn't find Quake Hammer. Yeah, right? Yeah, maybe. I have not. Quake Hammer is excellent for this fight. For these fights. I guess we'll use some items, hey. Good to use items. I don't use items enough. Honestly. Tiny Surge. How much damage does this do? Like 4? Yeah, 4 exactly. I think another Spiny Surge here. Bombette does more damage than this guy. Maybe we should switch in Bombette. Yeah, let's do that. We have a fully maxed out Bombette, yeah? It's hard to remember, like, what badges and items each of the two seeds have. That's, like, the main thing that's, like, confusing me now. Like, I remember getting the ground pound, jump move, but that was in the other seed. Oh, well, let me switch. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong thing. Ooh. Is that the last one? One more. Knowing that these guys aren't, like, more randomized, always the same group. I'm pretty sure I set both files to, like, randomize the seeds. Yes, I remember there being randomized groups earlier on in the jungle, and I was on this side. Mushroom, fuck. You never know. Could be this is the one you skip, and it could have the most important item that you're just, like, scrambling to find outside of, you know. Why did I gasp? I don't need that item. I see a key item, I gasp. I'm sorry. I don't stop to think, do I need this? Is this part of the seed? I just go... just instinctually. Oh, wait. Whoa, oh, oh! Fortress key. But we don't have Cooper over here. But once we do get Cooper, Chapter 1 is, like, all the way completable. Barrack Gary! Carry! Oh, fuck yes. Paracarry lets us do so many things. So many things. Lets us get the second Power Plus badge, the third Power Plus badge. Lets us access the, you know, most of Chapter 3 in full. The parts of the mountain that we couldn't do yet. The mountain had a green key on it, right? So, beyond, like, a point which requires paracarry, so... I think we have everything we need to go do, I think we have everything we need and know every item that's necessary to do Chapter 3. I mean, I hesitate to just, like, leave here, considering that, like, there's plenty of good shit here as well. You know, and just, like, checks galore. Checks galore here. I'm gonna take that, so it's gonna be good for Final Bowser. Get rid of the coconut. That said, the allure of a chapter completed, not only a chapter completed, but like a chapter where we get everything, where we don't have to ever return, you know? Thinking about it, I think that's the play. I think that's what we do here. I think we leave chapter... I think we leave chapter 4. I think we go get the last green key for that chapter, and then we head towards chapter 3. Also, we keep an eye out for any cake mix we see along the way. Cake mix is the most important thing that I hope I didn't see and just shrug off earlier. That would have been a mistake if I saw it and didn't like immediately grab it. They should really have cake mix on the tracker. I'll say that. That would really remind me that I need to get it. Alright, Chapter 2. Mountain. Do some Parakarry stuff. Then it's time for, then it is time for Chapter 3. And I'll say I haven't done the Forgotten Forest, the Forever Forest. I haven't done any of the items in that whole zone. We probably also should do that at some point. I'm kind of in no hurry. I don't like to do the Forgotten Forest. Could be. And so long as we have other places that we can check, I don't really know that we need to. Just, like, make a beeline forward or anything, but, if we do get, like, stuck or something, we should remember Forgotten Forest has everything that it has. Unknown. How many items does it have? Like, 4 or 5 checks there for us to go back and get. Sure that these have nothing. 3. That is the artifact, but that is out of logic because that is Chapter 2. Still, nice to see. Artifact is not a progression thing. It's just like, a check that unlocks another check. So it's not terribly exciting in any case, but it could be good. If it was in logic. It's not, though. Okay, we got the water stone, so we'll just go ahead and do this. Yeah. I got your water stone right here. Skip. I like these skip buttons that they added. Dizzy Stomp. This also gives us access to a tree, so it's, not necessarily a wash yet. Maybe the tree has cake mix. It doesn't matter if it did. I have cake mix over here. No, but it wouldn't matter either way. That's a berry, don't need it. We already got all the berries we need. Sushi. Alright, nothing there. Alright, this area is good. I guess at this point, I have, I should probably, be asking, do I really want to, trek all the way over there and get that power up? To get that block? And the answer is yes, I want that block. I want to have a fully upgraded watch, should I happen upon Watts in the, should I get Watts? Maybe that's silly. Maybe she's not even in logic. Who knows? Who can say? Possible either way. Okay, let's go ahead. Next, we've done 4 out of the 6 routes, so there's just 2 more here in this chapter. And as far as I know, we've pretty much, emptied them out, There's not once we check all these places, we won't have to return for any reason, so that's nice. Good to, get these out of the way. Know for sure that we'll never have to come back. Here's 2 quick checks here. Power jump. What else you got? Crap. Okay. We have the pretty flower thing. So if the pretty flower is like if Platoon, whoever the fuck lives over here, has something good, we can trade it in. But if not, we can just leave. My guess will be it'll probably be Buggus. Alright, here we are back on the mountain. Let's see, that's nothing. Don't need to go over there. Need to get the flower while we're here. Flower over this way. Okay, that's nothing. And then, I think other than... I don't think other than the, one batch of items that's over this way, there was anything else this area had that we absolutely need. So we get this, we teleport home, and then we get this item, we teleport home, we go to chapter 3. And you know what? We can go through the woods. That's fine. Well, let's not go through the woods exactly, but let's at the very least we should check the woods and make sure that there are no items there. There's a letter. That was the first... I haven't gotten any other letters, right? Oh, I have got other letters. Yeah, so... we 100% have that check as well, so... you know what? We'll swing by, the guy and turn those in real fast. You know, whatever. He's in the area. We probably should make sure that the Forever Forest is, like, checked, you know? I guess that's, you know, part of the strategy, part of the thrill of a randomizer, right? Like, ideally, you would like there to be massive areas that are long and slow that you don't have to check. And the more areas that you don't have to check, the better. But, you know, there's the risk-reward because the long area that you choose not to check might be the one that you need. Cooper. Oh, fuck. We can also do Chapter 1 now. Oh, fantastic. God damn. We have all the partners now in the early game seed. Early game seed is looking real good right now as far as, like, odds to finish first. Even though it has, like, an extra chapter to do. You know, just solely because I think, well, first off, it had some really good luck as far as, you know, the start goes. The other seed had a much rougher start. But also, you know, hey, easier chapters as well. That's probably a factor. Probably a factor. Oh, shit. God damn. Let me think for a second. What do we want to do next? Well, we can finish multiple chapters, so let's pick one of them and do it. That's an easy enough thing to, commit to. Hey, let's do you know, conversely, how many stuff does this file need to finish each of the chapters? Let me just check and make sure this item is correct. Well, I do have the... No, I have the palace key, but I don't have the... I do have the red key. I think the red key is the one that you need, actually. Okay, chapter by chapter. Lava chapter, what do we need? For the lava chapter, I think we need bow? Do we need bow for the lava chapter? I forget, but maybe. We also, for lava, we need the raven statue. That's so raven. And that's it. That's it for that chapter. One item there. Maybe two. For this chapter here, we need soil, we need bean. 2 items. For the last world, we need the scarf. And that's it. So yeah, 1 item there. Maybe the small key. You know what? This seed is also getting pretty close to finishable as well. You know, which we're 3 hours in. That's about right. Feel reasonably good about that. Especially since, you know, like, if these were not combined, it would be like, oh crap, this is only gonna do 4, that's not enough. Whatever, that's fine. Attack power will go up by 1. Okay, I'm gonna switch in Bombette, and she can do a Mega Bomb. Perfect. Okay, cool. Now, there's just one thing to get here, and it's possibly nothing, but it's always worth checking. I'll say some of these areas have, like, the most spread out checks in the game, you know, in the flower fields, but also there's just a lot of areas that open all at once, pretty much once you get all the seeds together. You know, if you start with, like, an open flower fields, then flower fields is, like, pretty locked down. Scarf! We need that! Yes, I have it. I have your thing. I have your thing. I need that. What's good? We can finish chapter 7 now. Let's do that. Trying to think. We have everything we need for chapter 7, and also there's nothing that can, like, unlock additional items. Okay, well, actually, there might be items that are in, like, the extra good ground pound blocks. Those could be important. But, I see no reason not to make a beeline right now for the ice world. A tremendous job. Bah! Okay, chapter 3. I'm gonna skip Forest. Fuck Forest. During the time in which it took us to return here, I have thought about it. Fuck the Forest. We'll come back to the Forest if we're all out of options, but, we're getting down to the point where we could just never enter the Forest and be happier for it. You know? If that is at all possible, I would be very pleased. Whew. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Let's say more words that sound nice. Here we go, chapter 3. I suppose also we could do chapter 1 right now. Really, it's probably down to preference. You know, there's nothing from either place that we are lacking. So we'll be able to do everything. We'll be able to get every check while we're there. So, you know, it's all pretty good. I just hope that I haven't, like, forgotten the cake mix somewhere. And just forgot I need to get it. I forgot I need to make room for it. That would be bad. We'll probably run into a cake mix. It's not like there's just one in the game, right? Well, maybe there's just one in the randomized, in, like, the seed. Like, in the logic areas. I guess we'll find out. Just relax and, you know, play the game. When you start with the keys, I think it's best to start by going upstairs first. You know, obviously the normal way you would play this is you do the downstairs, you'd get a key, and you'd go upstairs. But this is just a whole lot faster. See. Let's just see what this is. Ooh, hang on. Fortress key! What? What? I thought I had all the fortress keys. Okay. I guess I miscounted at some point. Never. No matter. I guess it's good we didn't go to Fortress because I was totally one off. I was totally off with my, my count. My bad. I probably, like, got confused or something, or marked off a key for the other seed, but for this seed. That's probably what happened. I would be willing to bet. We have everything we need to go finish this, but first let's do the downstairs stuff and then come back around to going that way. Nothing good over there, but we need to... There's like a further check in this room we need to do. Usually every, like, batch of coins like that is just like, you know, 7 checks close together, right? Really valuable stuff. But, you know, sometimes it's nothing. Chapter 7, let's go. Ah. I will maintain. I think this was a great idea. What would be even more ridiculous? Are there, like, more ridiculous variants of this that could be done? Yes. You could have, like, 7. Imagine, like, instead of, like, a late game, early game dichotomy, you have, like, 7 different, seeds going. We each requiring, like, 1 chapter. Specifically, that would be a logistical nightmare. I don't think that would be possible, and also, like, each seed would kind of come down to, just pretty much vanilla if there's only 1 chapter available. Vanilla plus sewers, which doesn't sound that good. I feel like 3 is probably the magic number as far as, like, how many chapters at minimum to include on such a seed, you know, 3, maybe 4. After we put on the scarf, I'm gonna head back to the town real fast, because there's, like, 1 extra thing that you can get once you have turned in the scarf and thing. In town, you know. I'll be back. And it's like a whole group of items, so I don't want to, like, you know, save it for later while I'm, like, so close to it. You know? Ideally, we never come back to this quaint little town. So, how it should work is we wake up and there's, like, 7 items on the ground. Or 5, actually, I guess. None of them are anything. Okay, moving on. Again. That's so many items all together. You gotta check it. But, was nothing in this case. I mean, I guess at this point, there's just, like, 2 partners that we would like to have, which could just not be required in the logic, you know, as well as, what's it, 2 items from the 6th chapter, and 1 item from the other chapter. So there's like 5 items in the game that we really want now. So odds are not favorable, you know, for that. You can't get this without the spin jump, right? It's not like a perfect timing that you can do. It's just flat out impossible. Okay. There's gonna be some stuff that we can't get. Fuck, what the hell? We don't need cake mix. That's the other file. I'll take it anyway. Mailbag. That's pretty decent. Go ahead and just take that guy out real fast, and let's see. I need to go down here. Get the item down here-ish. And then there's like 2 more items on the first floor. Letter. We already got all the letters we need. Bombette. We need Bombette up to the next level. Yes. Okay, next. Go ahead and put Bow in. Oh, that also works, just like juking them a bit. Not too hard to get by. Okay, couple more things to check on first floor, and then we'll be heading up to the boss to finish it. This room, particularly. That's a coin. Is there anything in here? I thought there was something in there, but I guess not. Doesn't hurt to check. Okay, now that that's done, we just need to head to do the boss man. I guess there's not that much relative to some other chapters here, you know. Like, there's a good amount, but like compared to Toy Box, it's doesn't really compete, you know. Toy Box will probably have what we need somewhere in its many, like, item-packed rooms. Because that area has, like, so many fetch quests that, like, you know, basically the Shy Guys, they stole a whole bunch of stuff from Toad Town. Because of that, they just have a lot of stuff there in the Toy Box for you to for you to like gather up and you know, use for puzzle purposes, or you know, in the randomizer, that could be essential key items. Seed dupe. Hey, Jayhawk. It's 2 seeds at once. One is early game, one is late game. Right now, we can finish 3 chapters across the 2 seeds. 1, 3, and hey, Shag. 1, 3, and 7. Everything's pretty much coming along, though. Not that many left. Okay, time to do this here boss fight. I am very well equipped. I have plenty of power pluses. Oh, that reminds me. I really need to, now that I got Paracarry, go get that 3rd power plus that they added to the game. I need to go get that. No. I accidentally said no. I didn't know that that still did a thing. Back to the other mountain. I wish when you got this one right, you didn't have to fight this guy. Think it's this guy? Yep. I remember which guy it is. Doesn't make a difference, though. We gotta fight him. Oh, jeez, there's a lot of them. Bombat will take care of it. In, like, 2 turns. No invulnerability. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Just go ahead and finish the ones who are vulnerable. Okay, do nothing. Oh. There we go. Big hit. I guess, you know, when I was playing, the other game, yeah, Sea of Stars has a lot of, like, multi-hit enemies where you have to, like, time a block multiple times in a row. I don't really think that's much of a Paper Mario thing, but there are, like, a few enemies that have attacks that you need to block, like, 3 times in a row. They're not that common, but they do exist. I guess Cooper. Let's upgrade Cooper. I guess there are a lot of upgrades that are in the sewers and Toad Town, so, you know, a lot of commonality between the 2 seeds. Those 2 places. Bean! I need that bean. Have a cake mix. I don't need it in this seed. We just need some dirt. Check that I haven't gotten dirt and, like, forgotten to track it or something. Yeah, we still don't have dirt. Just need dirt for that chapter now. Go get whatever this item is. It's a blue key. That's worthless, but I'll take it. The blue key is not a good key. You shouldn't even, like, cash it in, really, in a randomizer. Because it just gets you to the same place that the red key does, but it does it in a way that is, like, a lot less convenient, because you have to, like, fight a guy. And also, it's, like, a longer corridor with no items in it. So, literally gets you nothing that the red key doesn't get you even better. You know? There is a possibility that the red key is behind the blue key, So in that case, like, you know, like in vanilla, in that one case, you might need to get the blue key and use it. That's, you know, a worst case scenario. You don't want that. That was a quick 4 minutes. I feel like that was a really quick 4 minutes there. Alright, finish this guy up, and then let's go chapter 1. Oh hey, you can aid a skip on the randomizer. That's nice. I like the skip cutscene functionality that they've added. Very welcome. Very cool. Very good. Here come the ghosts. Is this going to be skippable? No. I'm guessing there must be some technical reasons why some skippable, some not. You know, I'm sure it's a weird thing to do, hacking in a skip feature into an old game. You know? Yep, just be for free. They just hadn't thought of the idea of skipping a cutscene with a big fat skip button. You know, I recently played through all of Twilight Princess. All of Twilight Princess HD. And one thing I never mentioned during that whole playthrough is, frankly, how impressive it was at the time that on, like, a lot of the cutscenes in that game, you could hit the plus button. It was the start button on the GameCube. You could hit the start button, and it would bring up, like, a prompt that said, like, press it again to skip. Which, at the time, was, a new thing, you know? People had never seen that before. A prompt that says, skip on it. Literally was not a thing. It was impressive. Made you go like, God damn, that's smart. You got some quality of life in this Zelda. Maybe it was things like that you know, at the time, made that Zelda, you know, made it so that Zelda wasn't exactly where it ended up in the public estimation, you know, in the years since. You know, at the time, it was like, oh shit, it's Zelda's back, yes! Everyone was loving it, you know? Feel like since then, opinion has gotten more mixed on it, you know? Which is fine, you know. Not everything needs to be like the best ever. The one Zelda game where the critical reception was totally off base had to be just like Skyward Sword. Like that game came out and reviewers really liked it, and then everyone else got their hands on it and said, "Oh no, this ain't it. No, it's really bloated. What are you reviewers talking about? Oh my god." And I think it was just reviewers, like, you know, I was talking about this on, like, a Discord earlier this week, and someone said, like, no, everyone else other than reviewers got it right first try, you know? It was just reviewers' consensus that said Skyward Sword was good, you know? It does have some, I'll say, it does have some great parts, like, the desert sections are lovely, and you know, really cool conceptually. And what else is there nice to say about that game? And the dungeons are lovely. The dungeons are great. It has great dungeons. It's just sometimes it has like 5 hours of filler between dungeons, and it's just like, ugh, you know? Like, do we really need to do this annoying stealth mission? I understand that games are expensive now, and you made this whole area, and you want to use it like 3 times. I understand that. I'm sympathetic towards that. But, the content, it's not good. I don't know how to put it in any other way. No uncertain terms, you know? Like, no, I don't want to swim and do like the flooded forest. That's probably the worst part of that game. When the forest flooded. The whole lake game, like between the second to last dungeon and the last dungeon, is just atrocious in Skyward Sword. I played off stream, like, I think even before I was a streamer. I played like a good amount of Skyward Sword HD, and I just got to... Was Skyward Sword HD 2 years ago or 3? I forget. Or 1 year ago. It might have been 1 year ago. Maybe it was while I was streaming. I can't remember. Let's go this way first. That guy's always gonna be there, by the way. The other me. Because we're not gonna open the blue door and fight him. It's not a good idea to do the blue door. Just waste time. Here, we need to... Plus... Anyway. Skyward Sword... You know, I've said recently that we have done Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD. It would follow logically to do Skyward Sword HD. But also, maybe we do Link to the Past instead. Maybe that's just a better game, and also one that people wouldn't mind seeing me play. And I'll say I don't think I've ever, like, finished that game properly. I think I've gotten pretty far, but never actually, like, finished the deal. Who remembers? I guess I could fish out my old Virtual Console version on my, you know, Wii U and see if it has, like, a complete save. Certainly, I've never done it that often, and whenever I've gone to replay it, I've been a little confused as far as, like, where to go next. You know, I guess it's like, I once watched Dan Reichert, another streamer, do like a full playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie, and he just needed a lot of help to get to the next world, like, consistently, repeatedly. You're the good one, right? You're not it. I think that's the second one is the good one. Yeah, everyone else is weird. He needed a lot of help just finding the next world to do, and once he found the next world, he was having a good time, but, you know, it took work to get there. And I feel like I might be the same way with, Link to the Past. You know, I might need some help to, like, find the next dungeon, the know where to go next. Because the last couple times I've tried, it's just been like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm confused. I'm lost. Bail. I wonder how that playthrough would go. Like, should it be... I mean, I'll say, if there's, like, a bunch of people in chat who know their way around Link to the Past, I would just love to be able to ask and say, like, hey, where do I go next? It is also possible that, you know, sometimes chat, you know, isn't that talkative. It is possible that, like, you know, that help will not be forthcoming, in which case, you know, maybe I'll Google it. I don't know. That's a ways away. That might be even next year. At the rate, like, we're going currently. About a playthrough for a month, and we're, like, gonna be starting the next playthrough in, like, a little over a week. A little over a week and change, so yeah, probably start end of December, I would guess, for A Link to the Past. That'll do. Yeah, it's cool. There's a little bit of rendering issues. That's just, you know... To do this, like, fancy business, I need to use BizHawk. And a specific version of BizHawk, actually, as well. And that specific version seems to have some graphical issues. It's fine. It's whatever. We can live with it. We want to do this goofy business. We'll deal with some emulation issues. That's what I say. Otherwise, you know, I know of no other such way to do exactly this automatically. 1 chapter down, 7 to go. Not to say that they will take, you know, an additional 3 hours each. There's 2 other chapters that we are in the middle of finishing, or, you know, we are about to... There's 1 other chapter here, which we can go finish right now. And there is a 3rd chapter over on the other seed that we can finish as well. At this point, they're going to start coming, like, you know, pretty quick, one after another. Just like, here's another chapter, here's another chapter. Also, I'm going to go down here and get the, get this badge, which, you remembered, is the Power Plus. Or Power Plus. They added a 3rd one to the game with the randomizer. 3rd Power Plus. Part of it, apparently it was in beta files or something. I'm not sure if all the stuff that they added was originally supposed to be in the game, but I am very pleased to see it. And I am looking forward to being more powered up than ever before. Alright, cool. Let's see what this chest is that we did that whole rigmarole for. Life shroom's not bad, actually. Get rid of the coconut. Okay, I think we've checked everything over here, so it's time to now venture deeper into the palace. I guess that's, you know, part of what will make this longer. This side longer is just that there's, like, tougher foes, as well as, you know, more involved dungeons in the back half of the game. Okay, this is easy. This is simple. We're gonna take out the white clubba, and the Magic Koopa's gonna flee. Beautiful. Have similarly straightforward battles for the other 2. Okay. Doesn't really make a difference, Power Bomb, Mega Bomb. It'd be cool if it did. It'd be cool if, like, the Power Bomb, if, like, the more concentrated the bomb was, the stronger it was. But, no, I won't argue with getting full damage no matter where you aim. Maybe we should have gone after the Magic Koopa, considering it's gonna... Just a heal. That's fine. So long as it doesn't make someone invulnerable. Can't have that. Okay, 1 more of these fights. And then we'll head over to the other side and it'll be pretty straightforward. I forgot that they made it so that those guys can be enemies. The rhino, dino rhinos, motherfuckers. It's very cool. I like to see them a lot. I really don't have any option that does AoE on Mario, huh? I'm gonna get rid of the red magic Koopa. Next turn, I can do another bomb and just take care of the whole lot of them. Both of these guys, you know. And I will do just that. Okay. The statue. Cool. One of the more tedious parts of this, this whole, like, you know, palace, this whole dungeon. But, you know, not bad. I mean, I find it just a little tedious even in, like, the default, you know, even, like, in, the regular game. So, like, here where I'm skipping most fights anyhow, it's, like, extra so. I mean, I guess, like, most fights, for, like, people who play it, like, fast, like speedrunners and such, most fights are a little tedious, you know, and they try to avoid them as much as humanly possible. You haven't turned in the mailbag, right? Yeah. I should probably mark these off. Make sure that it's clear that I've, done them. Also the dictionary. Let me turn in the dictionary real fast. Then we'll head to chapter 1. It adds insult to injury that because the inventory is full thing has to appear on screen and take a long time, that, you know you're really not getting anything good. Unless it's a, you know, unless it's a cake mix, I suppose. You already know you're not getting anything good. Now, on top of that, you have to wait for the message to go away. Kind of a raw deal. Insult to injury, that's what it is. Exactly what I said. Alright, brand new area time now. Brand new area time. We're going to chapter 1. We haven't been over past this bridge since we just got Cooper a relative short time ago. I say that, it was probably like 20 minutes ago, wasn't it? Well, we had to do another chapter first. Anyway, heading over to chapter 1 now. Let's do it. And we have literally everything we need to get everything in the chapter right now, so we will leave no stone unturned. We still have a couple things we need to find to complete the other chapters. Cake mix. We still need a few things. Let's do it. I was wondering if that guy was gonna come out. I guess he do. Alright. There's a good amount of things in this dungeon. So, should be able to hopefully find one of the 2 items we're looking for. I guess we're only looking for 2 items. So, there's a good chance it's here. There's a good chance it's in the parts of... I guess there's not actually that many parts of 2 we haven't looked at. You know what? The best chance of any item being anywhere would be in the parts of Toy Box we haven't been to yet. Because the parts of Toy Box we haven't been to yet, they're all part of the, main line, so they are essential. But we haven't been there yet, so, you know, we haven't seen it. That would be my bet. We've gotten most things in the desert. Most things I can think of. Let's get this real fast. Bomb bets. After we go back over here. Alright, another Koopa hole. So, Koopa... Bomb bet not necessary for this palace. Koopa is doubly so. You have to have him to get in to the palace in the first place. And also, this door would be impossible to go through without Koopa. I get the feeling that Watt, strictly not necessary. There's one thing that Watt is needed for, the Koopa... Not the Koopa. The kids, the Yoshi kids. You need her for that. But other than that, in this dungeon... Other than that, in the back half of the game, she is strictly not required, so... Maybe we won't see her at all. Then again, we saw the, we saw all the other partners in the game in the other seed, even though they're not necessary. Sushi and Lacuster are not necessary in those parts of the game, so... You know, we'll see. Maybe we're lucky. Maybe we're not. These ones are all very easy to hit, even without... full jump height. I thought they were higher, but I guess they weren't. Maybe they were never higher. The other one earlier we couldn't get though. Okay. This chest and then another chest and then I think Jade Raven! Yo! What's good? Chapter 5 is now completable. And that also opens all of the volcano. All of that. We know where we're going next. I suppose we've checked pretty much everything in this chapter, as well as in chapter 6. So, yeah, the soil, which is the last item we need in the game, by the way. Soil. If we see soil, shout out as loud as you can if you see soil. The soil is very likely to be in the volcano because, yeah, everywhere else has been accounted for. We're 3.5 hours in, and we've done a lot. This has been working pretty damn well, I'll say. I'm quite pleased with how this dumb idea worked out. I'll say, you know, look. One of the things I love about streaming, one of my favorite things, is coming up with a dumb idea for a stream and executing on it, you know? Saying like, oh, I want to do this dumb shit, and just putting it all together, putting together some snazzy, like, either OBS effects or otherwise to make it work right, you know? Did I already talk to her? No, she would be gone if I had talked to her. Mega Rush. That's a badge that's the pros like. I'll say I've never been like one much for getting my health low. Just the way I like to do things, I'd rather just run around with max health and not think so much about that in particular. These guys have these guys must be Koopas from later in the game or something. They have really high health for like you know, enemies from the first world. Or it's set up so that it's the difficulty is random. I'm pretty sure I set it up so that difficulty is like, you know, the regular progression. But maybe I screwed up, or maybe that's just you know, part of the randomization. Doesn't matter. I'll manage. I mean, they're no threat either way. I think these are the guys that we just fought, so that must have been them. Maybe that setting was on. It's not terribly important either way. Okay, there's a mushroom. Time now to do the outside. Just check the outside items. 2 items on the outside here. 1 over through this door. Wait, no, that's just a save block, but there is one on the other, through the other door. I always found it, like, scary to leave a dungeon, you know, in this game. Simply because, like, when you leave a dungeon, all the enemies, like, respawn. So if you've been spending the whole dungeon, like, you know, methodically killing enemies, you know, if you leave a dungeon in order to get, like, a life up, you know, to get a full heal, you'll be losing some progress in the process, which I always thought was great design. You know, a little bit of risk reward, make it so that you have to go the distance, and in some cases, you know, get really deep into a dungeon before they give you a heart block you could just use without that consequence. I'll just use Paracarry. I don't really want to get up Cooper at this point. I mean, in general, Paper Mario, goddamn awesome game, you know? Just, like, immaculate design. And just, like, probably, like, my favorite RPG combat system, right? Insofar as, like, every game, every match, I do feel like, every battle, there are, like, interesting decisions you can make in order to, like, efficiently kill your enemies, right? Like, min-maxing a fight in Paper Mario is very satisfying and rewarding in just a lovely way. It's just very cool, you know? Just to work out the exact, you know, order to do things to take the least damage and to remove enemies in an efficient manner. I'll say I think the second best has got to be Sea of Stars, you know, this year's, like, hot new release. Persona is also up there, though I do think that Persona has a lot of moves where I just don't see the use of them. You know, I don't like them, I don't want to use them, and I'm just not gonna bother. I guess that's true of a lot of games. A lot of games have a lot of moves that I just look at and go like, nah, I'm not gonna use that one, you know? where I say to myself, like, yeah, I just don't see the point of that. How about we use Lancaster's Spiny Surge here? I think D down pound is maybe the right move. But let's see. 8. Okay. You know, I only have the super boots, so yeah, I think D down pound is gonna be our go-to move. I don't have the boots, I don't have the D down jump. So assuming I don't get frozen. I'll say this boss always gives me a hard time. I feel like this boss is harder for me than either Bowser, right? Just because he frees you, and then it's just like, fuck. I just gotta wait. I just gotta wait. I wish there was a badge in this game that made it so that you couldn't get frozen. I know that it's, as effects go, it's not like super common or nothing. So, you know, it'd just be against this fucker, but I would take it. I would use it. If it were available to me. Tell you what, Bombette actually can do an AoE for the same price. And also, you know, does more damage. Even if Mario's frozen and ice, Bombette can get it done. Five. Okay, yeah. Better. See, okay, yeah. So regular jump does 4. So, yeah, we're doing double damage for paying 1 FP. That's worth it. Motherfucker. Hate it when they heal. Any boss that heals. Fuck you, asshole. That's just not a move I think that bosses should be able to do. Sorry. Alright. Back here. Finishing this up. Let's go. Alright. There's one item up here. We can have a look and see that it's not the... At this point, we only need two more items for this game. We need 2 more items here in this seed, and 1 more item in the other seed. That said, I feel like there's less places... I guess there's not that many places in either game where the items could still be, because we've been through most areas and checked most things. Most places that are in logic. Alright, time to kick they asses. Time to kick the Koopa Bro asses. Let's go. One of the items is the cake mix, and I'm not sure where to find it. I say that, I mean, there's a possibility we saw cake mix earlier, and I overlooked it, I walked by it. It's not on my tracker, you know? Really, there should be a down jump. Remember, we have Ooh, 6. We have max boots and also, and also we are piercing defense, so that's cool. Early game Mario is definitely better decked out, ironically, with more battle badges. Just the way that it happened to be. All right, those guys are on the ground. I swear they had less health originally. Okay, I new move, need to get used to the timing of that, I guess. Wake, bounce, okay. That's interesting. Wow, look at that. Time, jump on the ground and just like do 1 more damage to all enemies each time you jump. That's a pretty interesting move. I'll say, I think that there's a lot of design space in like the Paper Mario style that is like fertile ground for further experimentation. You know? Like tons of, I can imagine tons of new moves, tons of like new partners, tons of ways to set that all up in a way that makes building your character interesting. And I hope somewhere out there there's some indie dev making it happen. We got this, Star Spirits. Back over here now. I think we might be good. Wait, no, we can only do 4 damage. Oh, no, he's on the ground. He's on the ground. We can do 8, which is not enough. But next turn it will be. You motherfucker. Okay, next turn we got him. Eat shit. There we go. Another Star Spirits down. That makes 3 total across the 2 seeds. Lovely. I'm really happy these 2 seeds are coming together at about the same rate, roughly, more or less. This might be a close thing, honestly. And hey, once we find the one item that this seed is missing, the dirt, we can just plow, you know? We don't have to like play it old school anymore, I guess, whatever. We go into go mode. Though I will say we'll go into go mode in one side first, and then the other. I don't know how I'm gonna like timestamp that. I usually timestamp when go mode. Do I timestamp go mode or do I timestamp Bowser's boss rush? I guess usually it's Bowser's boss rush that I timestamp. Come to think of it, they'll probably be both around the same time. They'll be fine. Okay, there's nothing more for us to do here. It's time to leave. I guess the Ultra Boots were always optional. Like, there's nothing... Well, that's not true. I think originally, in the original game, you needed to use them to make the bridge that leads to the last chapter. But I like it more when you don't need that, and they're just, like, free items. For the randomizer, I like it better this way. Okay. Lava time. Head into Lava Town. Population us? No, that doesn't work. We still don't have what, so like the baby Yoshis will not be resolved. That's fine. We don't need baby Yoshis. They're probably not guarding anything of note then. If they are like, you know, off the critical path as they seem to be. Okay, for this, we want to go through the shortcuts. We want to... Thinking for a second. We want to go through the foliage in the back of this first area. Hey, we finished the first chapter here on the other side. How's about that? I already marked it off. We're good on that front. And I think now we have gotten everything in the fortress. Whew. See you later, dude. Okay, Homeward Shroom, let's go. Next, the next thing that we need to do... Let me check the store and make sure that it doesn't have, like, cake mix or something. No, it doesn't, okay. Check the other store. Cake mix is the one thing that we don't have, and I'm a little worried about that. Getting a little concerned about it, you know? It's definitely not in this store either. Yeah, definitely not. I think I remember it not being in the desert store. Maybe it was in the Koopa store, but I wasn't looking that closely at the time. Could have been anywhere, if it was somewhere that we've already been. Let's just proceed and assume that we didn't, like, overlook it. I think I remember seeing some cake mix, but I think it was on the other side. I think it was in the other seed. Sure. Alright, this area. Gonna need the cake mix to get through. So... we haven't done the forest. There are places we haven't gone, haven't done. I suppose also, even if we wanted to, like, have a hint about the cake mix, the hint givers don't, that's not considered a key item, so it's probably not in that hint pool. Whatever. You know what? We work with what we got. You see cake mix, we're happy. If not, I will get very anxious. History note. Okay, nothing here. Ooh, a little worried about that. I have a feeling that we might have walked by it earlier, and I have no idea where. Prologue, maybe? I don't want to check everywhere again. double checking everywhere. That's just a bad thing to need to do. All right, back here where things are simple and everything just seems very straightforward. We're gonna go to a new area that we haven't been, and it has tons of item checks in it. And yeah, probably the one item we need, the last of the keys, or what is it? The dirt. The dirt. The dirt will probably be somewhere in the areas beyond. Ooh. Right, time to go to Volcano. Sort of a long route there. You got, like, do the whole Raven thing, basically. But, you know, along the way, there'll be a lot of checks, and if we do find the item, like, from then on out, we'll just be, like, not even stopping to do things anymore, you know? Okay, so these do have things in them. Dirt! That's the last thing we needed on this seed. This seed is in go mode. This seed is in go mode, folks. Oh, crap. Fuck. Hell. Now, we're just going to, like, beeline through this chapter. Not even stopping to, like, check things. And, you know, head to the end. We don't have maximum boots, so I will say this Bowser at the end is going to be, like, is going to be more challenging here than in the other seed, I'll say, where I have the D down jump, etc. But I can always use the D pound. It's just going to be slightly less efficient than the hammer would be, or like the jump would be. Maybe if we see something really valuable, like a really good badge, we'll go out of the way to grab it. Otherwise, I think we got what we're gonna get. Let's switch to Bombette here. That's the right move. I think I will say, you know, I said at the start that, like, if we could do this in 5 hours, I feel like that would be a really good time. We're about at 4 hours now. I don't know how long it's going to take to go through all these, like, 2 boss fights here, as well as in the other game. 2 more boss fights in the other seed. But say that I would say that this is a very good pace. And I'll say, like, you know, honestly, going in, part of me was, like, worried for this stream, for this thing. You know, thinking, like, could this take, like, more time than... Shit, right, yeah, well... I'll say this. I guess, you know, we shouldn't count chickens, etc. This side of the seed is having a little bit of trouble with its cake mix situation. I'll say this: if we were to get to the Bowser, if we get all the Star Spirits on the other side, I would allow myself to Should I be allowing myself to do things? I would consider just a quick glimpse at the spoiler log just to make sure I haven't, like, I'm not, like, walking past. I haven't, like, walked past the cake mix earlier, like in the desert or something, and just forgotten. Okay. Now, we're gonna want to avoid Bowser Trooper Jr. Towards, like, the actual mansion. But the 3 items here, one of which is right here. Wait, no, this is Oakley's room. Next room has an item. The 3 items here could be something good. Just, you know, true of any item in the game. I'll take a jamming jelly, whatever. HP plus. What is this? Interior. Wait, this is the Oakley room? I think I got turned around. Shit. Well, at least it didn't spit me back. This room, we go right one. At least I didn't, like, go back to the start. Okay, there's an item in this room here. Which way is faster, left or right? Not sure. Left, definitely left. Plus, it's also possible that, like, shit. I bet there is a tracker somewhere out there that does cake mix as a separate tracked item. Well, actually, hang on. There's the in-game tracker, which let's see now. Yeah, it doesn't track cake or cake mix. So I guess by the game's reckoning, neither of them are key items. I think it should work the same as with the berries, and just be and just give you that for free. Go mode. Switching back into go mode now. Geez. Going back and forth between go mode and not go mode. It's like a gear shift, right? It's like, you know, I'm returning to this game and going like, huh? Oh, right, just go. No collecting, no searching. We're done. That cake mix, though, it's gonna be the fucking end of me. I mean, I guess there must be a cake somewhere also in the logic, but I you know, it could be anywhere. Alright. Oh, he's gonna give us an item. It could be something good. I mean, I guess it really can. It can be a badge, and that's about it. 4-hour mark right exactly. That's nice. 4-hour mark would be a multiple of 4 minutes. But, you know, on account of some drift between, like, each switch, it's actually probably going to be, like, 2 or 3 minutes in, isn't it? I guess, actually, if it was 3 minutes in, that'd be, like, all the way around. That would be the same, practically. For how much delay now? How much off, like, 4 hours exactly is the swap? 2 minutes? I would guess 2 minutes. We have, This dungeon has a lot of, like, little rooms and such to check. But since we're in Go mode, we don't have to check any of them. We can just beeline for the correct places. And we don't have to deal with any of the lava stuff either. Just Lacuster all the way. That'd be true anyway. That'd be true even if we were, like, you know, not in Go mode. I just want to just check the badge. Oh, that's quick change. That's really good. You know what? We're gonna put in Bombets, and Bombette is gonna be able to handle those Bowser battles from start to finish. We don't need anyone but Bombette. And we've gotten, like, everyone upgraded as much as we need. So let's just go ahead and boogie. I guess you don't need bow for this. I thought there was one place where the thing came at you, but maybe that's in a non-essential area, so you could just avoid it. Okay, here. Fuck. Okay, because we entered the mansion already, this guy is waiting for us in the final block. Regardless of which way we go, there's one item we need to check. I guess, you know, this is why you usually would do this part first. Because if you do it later after you access the place by another means, it'll end up being, like, a lot more expensive. Well, you'll have to fight this fucker, basically. But I don't know. When I get access to the mansion, I just think, oh boy, I might get to skip it. I just get very I am done in by temptation almost immediately. Pardon me. I'm not. Don't worry about it. Alright, that's done. That was not so bad. Hey. Any boss battle you can do in a single turn, in a single 4-minute session, can't be so bad, can it? Here it is. It's just a badge. Oh, crap. What can we do that we couldn't do before? Didn't I get the shell? Or was that in the other, Yeah, no, I didn't get the shell. I got the doll, though. I haven't turned in the dolly. Let's go back to prologue, and let's go this way. Just to make sure we're, like, you know, getting anything that we missed along the way. Possible that, like... It's possible that, like, the cake mix was somewhere over here. Just make sure that we got this earlier. Mushroom. I was thinking prologue earlier. seemed right. So, you know, good to be able to, like, retrace our steps, I suppose. And we also have the excuse to go there because, you know, that's where the gal is. That's where the girlie is. With the doll, you know? Beware of Goomba's sign is a funny bit. There you go. Here you are. Cake mix. No. Not like somewhere here. We checked all these places. A place where it could refresh, like if we ignored it, would be like a tree or a block or something, right? What the hell is that? Another foliage coin that I didn't know about. Let's check all the stores in Worlds 1 and 2. That's the play. Alright, back to this. Now, this will be pretty straightforward, but the next chapter will be even more straightforward. All we need to do is enter, put the soil, flour, bean, water down, and that'll be that. And we'll be able to go into the boss and do the thing. So this seed is like real damn close. I could see checking the spoiler log just to see if there's a place where it says the flour mix is, or the cake mix, because I don't remember if we saw it and missed it. I might have just mistakenly disregarded it. I did think the pan was enough. Even though I do remember there were cases where I've, you know, turned in the pan and gotten an item. So I should have remembered that the pan results are randomized. I just, you know, the times where that happened was before the pan was even necessary for cooking. So I guess part of me just thought like, oh, A to B to C. Now that it's like set up in a different way, it'll be different, but that's not quite how. This smash is weird. How does that work? That's weird. Is it like any hammer attack or just like the basic one? Some of these beta badges, I should fool around with them a little bit at some point. But right now I'm just focused on getting it done. We need to get in our water fella, our water lady. Hey, Garfield. Playing 2 seeds of Paper Mario at once. This seed is in go mode. I have nothing more to find. I just have to beat 2 bosses and then go do Bowser's Boss Rush, which is going to be a whole thing. You okay if I send a link? I'll say the rules with links is that you should have a good reason. Explain why you want to send a link, and then if it's a good reason, then yeah, sure, go ahead. But please explain like why exactly. What's up? What do you got? Is it related to Paper Mario? Something else? Don't have any fancier way of dealing with it. A game on Amazon Luna arrived. What the fuck is Amazon Luna? Is that like a cloud console that Amazon has? Well, I'm happy for you. Why don't you tell... Just tell me about the game. I don't think you really need to link it. What's it called? Tell me. I didn't even know that there are, like... Oh, I've heard of Wobble Dogs. It's a cloud gaming service. Wobble Dogs? I've heard of Wobble Dogs. A streamer by the name of McClunky Culkin. They used to play Wobble Dogs all the time on stream and have a whole feature where viewers would, like, have dogs named after them. I think they had, like, a name for that based off their own name. And it's like Clunker Dogs or something. Like Streamer's Den? I don't know what Streamer's Den is, but maybe. Warehouse key. Okay, nothing here. I'm trying to think where the cake mix is. Maybe there's still places I mean, clearly there are badges in some of these foliage. Maybe I passed them up earlier. Because Streamer's Den is my idea for a stream where viewers from a stream from Streaves live in the game. Okay, there are games like that where you can have that sort of... Yeah, that's exactly what Wobble Clunks? That's exactly what that segment was on, that stream series was on the thing. On McClunky Culkin's channel. McClunky Culkin TV. McClunky has not streamed that much lately. Though I think they said, hey, maybe something this month recently. And also that they became a trucker, of all things. Good for them. That's fun. That's a fun career shift, I bet. To become a motherfucking trucker. Not in a shop. Here's an idea for a DVD game stream. Seen it? Variety hour. Not really a big trivia person. Like, I love Jackbox, let me say. I love Jackbox, but like, you know, the ones that are just like straight trivia. I like the ones that are more like creativity and like weird interactions. You know, more than that. Did I ever do this blooper? No, I never did any of this stuff in this file. Let's do that real fast and see if there's cake mix or one of the other items I need over here. I think this will be the final blooper though. So, or maybe yeah, this is the final blooper. Bit of a harder fight, but that'll be fine. I like TKO. I like Drawful. Drawful is fantastic. I love Drawful. They recently had Drawful 3, didn't they? That was goddamn good. Oh my god, have I just been... I'm just realizing that the bombs are a lot more expensive in the endgame file than in the other seed. I mean, I think I've heard of seen it. Also, the P-down jump is 7. Fuck. Wait, weren't they cheap earlier? I could have sworn I was doing it for 1 not so long ago. Did I unequip something? Maybe that was just the... I'm just thinking of the other seed. The movie trivia game? Yeah, where you, like, watch scenes or something. I think I got the concept. Yeah, it's probably a badge that this one just has, you know. The ability to discount all your moves real cheap. We're gonna have have to be more conservative in the early game, even if it has better badges. The prices of SP and stuff are not great. Ooh. I'll say this. If we finish the file, if we finish the late game, and we still haven't found cake mix, I will let myself look at the spoiler log, which I'm pretty sure is there. I will look for cake mix in particular, nothing else, and just have a quick look where it is, because if it's in a place that I checked earlier and I forgot, then that's unfortunate, you know? I need to correct that. There are special question types like guessing the title of a movie, fortune toss-up style, guessing the character in a funhouse mirror. I like the timing of this. By the way. I can usually do about 5. A, B, down, A, B, down. Oh. So close to 6 there. Oh, that was... I guess that... Was that 7? Oh, because they were on fire, does more damage. There we go. Wanted to see. You know, the other file has more power pluses and better boots, but this file has better FP consumption. So maybe they both stand like an equal chance of dealing with Bowser well enough. I mean, I think, you know, with max stats, I can do Bowser anyway, you know, it's not really a big... It's just gonna take a bit. Are you good with eBay links? I'll tell you, if we were going to... I'll say, Garfield, look. If we were going to do that sort of, like, quiz show type thing, I would just do Jackbox. I love Jackbox. I have most of the Jackboxes. I'm probably going to buy this year's Jackbox and play it with family. And maybe even could play it with the folks. The problem is, like, when you're a streamer with, like, you know, of my size, it's not a sure thing that you can get enough people, like, just, you know, watching the stream to participate, right? Like, maybe I would if I could, like, go to enough viewers. If enough viewers, like, said, like, oh yeah, I'll be there. And also if I could, like, you know, get some folks to, like, guest or something. You know, maybe even literally, like, be on stream. Not something I have planned in the immediate future. I guess I will say for Extra Life, I could do guests. I had, like, a guest during Extra Life last year for a brief period, but honestly, I'm thinking this year just focusing pretty heavily on the game and just trying to, like, or the games, and, you know, going through them. Shit. Mario will kill him next turn. Jesus. That's a lot of damage, but it's fine. Whew. I sure hope this chest is cake mix. Not cake mix. Not cake mix at all. Damn it. The fuck would it be? trying to think now. Where are places I haven't gone? I've done all of Chapter 1, all of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, I've done all that is accessible. And Chapter 3, I did recently enough where, you know, I did recently enough where I knew what I was looking for. Would it be in the shop in Chapter 3? We got the items in the item blocks down there, right? Every franchise in the mid-2000s had a scenic game. You mean like major franchises? I mean, we could also check some places that are out of logic, like maybe there's a second... Maybe there's additional cake mixes, like, you know... Say, additional cake mixes, like, in the Lava Lava store. I mean, it's right here. We might as well look. It's all out of logic, but it could be a freebie. If so. Nope. No freebies here. Okay, I'm gonna head back. Example, Simpsons seen it, James Bond seen it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a popular thing. Where the fuck is my cake mix? Check the bushes around the mansion. Make extra sure. I feel like we were here early enough where if it had been here, it would have sat at the bottom of my inventory and not been cleaned out. No? Basically, the list goes on the wiki. The list goes on in the wiki. So there's like a bunch of them. Yeah, it's sort of a style of trivia that's, you know, a little passé now. I mean, I imagine with that sort of thing, you also do run the risk of, like, you know, copyright type things, right? Like, that's what concerns me with, streaming such things. Oh, there's the cake mix! I totally... There, we found it. Good, okay. Okay, cake mix. That's chapter 4. Okay, we're back in business. We're back in business, folks. Totally wasn't a store. You know, with cake mix, it's an item that you can waste, so they need to put it in somewhere where it can be replenished. You know, and that does limit the places where it can be. We're back in business, though we are still a little bit behind in the 4-chapter seed versus the 3-chapter seed, which, you know, that makes sense. The seed with 3 chapters being quicker. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Maybe it was silly to start on the chapter, the hard seed. So it is like, you know, we started with the hard and then we went to the earlier one. And we've been going back and forth ever since. Oh man, part of me is totally like, go grab that chest and go see what's in it. But we don't need to do that. We just need to bounce right now. In fact, I'm hitting the start button. Can you send the full wiki page for CNET? I mean, you can, but I'm not gonna read it right now, man. We're making good time. For context, go ahead. I believe you that is a wiki page for CNET, yeah. Next boss, over here. Let's go. I could check it out at the end of the scene. I don't think I ever did any sort of CNET thing. Maybe my cousins might have had something like that. Maybe it was at, like, a family reunion type thing on occasion. I don't remember anything quite as such, though. Soil, bean, water. But when Jackbox came out, that was like a revelation. Like, I love Jackbox. It's just, you know... I guess Jackbox is weird in that it's like, you know, had a yearly release every year for the last, like, 9-10 years. 8 to 10 years. And yet, it's not like a... It's not like an Assassin's... It's not like Assassin's Creed or you know, Call of Duty. I guess Call of Duty isn't really worn out its welcome. It's not like Tony Hawk, in that we've gotten tired of it at all. You know, because each... What am I doing? I got everything. Let's move. Gotta stifle the, instinct to collect things. I don't know. I'd be curious, like, if sales have kept up, and if, you know, how people feel about each year of like, games. I haven't looked at what the Jackbox is for this year. I'm pretty sure it's out now. It is out now, the new Jackbox, and just no clue. I'll find out, like, I don't know, maybe Thanksgiving. Do, like, a family Thanksgiving, maybe some Jackbox. That's always fun. I don't know what my family's plans are for Thanksgiving yet, but, you know, probably the same plans as every year. Roughly. I need to use an item. I'll eat this mushroom. Cake mix. We got it. Now we can get the fuck out of here and go where we need to go next. You can read its history and learn its gameplay. I'll say, you know, I do see some people doing, like, streams of just streaming, like, old VHS videos, right? And I love some of those streams. You know, whether it's, like... In a lot of cases, it's, like old commercials, instructional manuals for, like... There was this stream I saw, like, a year or two ago that Dan Reichert did. It's on YouTube if you want to find it. But basically, he did a stream where he watched a whole bunch of old instructional VHSs for like Nintendo sales associates, like in stores, you know, and it's full of such gems as hearing like like a Nintendo PR guy go like, oh, your customers might tell you like, oh, I'm thinking of not getting the Game Boy because the Game Boy doesn't have a color screen. You tell them, color screen is gonna add weight, and also consume your battery more. Game Boy is the only truly portable system. You know, some total bullshit like that, which is very funny in retrospect. Like, you're arguing against color? This is not a viable strategy, man. And also, in retrospect, looks silly as fuck. And also some other places in the video where, you know, CD-ROM comes up, and the guy says, listen to me, CD-ROM is slow. Slow. You tell them that. You tell them, Nintendo, cartridges, fast. CD-ROMs, slow. And you're just listening to that going like, that's hilarious. That's... You were clearly wrong about that, in retrospect. Like, it was nice that Nintendo games didn't have load times, but, sure did allow them to make those games a lot cheaper, as well as to pack them with things such as cutscenes, music, and other content that was, you know, really valuable. Back in the day, there was a lot of, like... It was hard to fit games into the mediums that they had, and when CD-ROM and later DVD came along, it just freed them of that problem while also making it super cheap at the same time. It was a good thing, and everyone knows it. So to see a video that, you know, says otherwise is very funny. We don't need either of those things. Not in this seed. Cool. Anyway, those sorts of videos are hilarious, but I don't know. As a smaller maybe if as a smaller streamer, I should be more gung-ho about like just playing with fire. But like, I just like to stay safe and avoid all those possible like, you know, streaming content that is just literally produced videos that clearly belong to someone else, you know? Like, that's a gray area that is just... I choose to avoid. And I know there are streamers out there that will literally just, like... And I'll say, like, Dan Reichert is one of them. You know, Dan has literally streamed, like, the Donkey Kong Country cartoon because it's on YouTube and no one gives a fuck if you pirate it, you know? It's not really piracy, it's on fucking YouTube. And no one's taking it down, you know? And if it's on YouTube, you might as well just, you know, stream it yourself. You'll get away with it. No one will do shit. But I'm still a little bit gun-shy about that sort of thing, you know? I like it when I see it. You know what would be great for this enemy in particular? It'd be cool if there was an attack that, like, hit a single target and then did, like, splash damage to all other enemies. In that case, like, it would be perfect against this boss where he spawns minions every time he gets attacked, you know, and that includes being attacked by splash damage or, you know, AoE damage. Just a little example for you, for, like, you know, a way in which you could design, like, your own, a more flexible, more ways of, like, doing this shit, you know? And allowing, like, you to have choices to deal with, you know, even enemies such as this. I don't have bow, so it's not, I can't even, like, shield this, actually. Well, that's Cloud9, whatever. I don't know if that really works, but it's worth a shot. Next turn we'll be able to do them in, so that's cool. Arrow was like off screen there, I didn't know where it was aiming. Ah, he hit me. You know, it is a cloud-based magic that I'm being defended with, and he's a cloud, so... Ah, no, hey. Missed me entirely. Alright, this'll do it. Beautiful, beautiful fight. That makes all three in the late game seed. Late game seed and heading to end game first. Very, very nice. Or so it appears. That's happening. I have everything I need. The only question is, like, would it be... It wouldn't be, like, that much slower to allow the other seed, which still has to finish 2 bosses, and also find 1 more item to catch up. Hey, we can now do it. We can now get the Star Rod. Star Rod is now attainable. Now, I will say... anyone doesn't know Paper Mario Randomizer, you have options, and one of those options is to turn Bowser's Castle into a boss rush, and that is what I do. I don't like to deal with Bowser's Castle. I just like to, you know, run through it, essentially. I just like to do a couple of boss fights and be done. And that to me is nice and good. And that to me... And that is what we will be doing as we go to over there. What's the code here? It's like red... Jeez, it's been too long since I played this randomizer. It's like, green, yellow, green, red, blue? Yes, good, okay. Go to over there. Hello, Will Endowed. I'm playing 2 seeds at once, so I'm switching back and forth, in that context. I was over there in context of, like, you know, a different seed. We need to find one more item in this game. And, hopefully it's right here. Oh, hey, a quick change. I'll take that. Hopefully it's right in this area. What is that item? It is a, diamond key. Oh! 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 Whoa! Whoa! Yes, there we go! Okay, fuck it! We're done! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here. Let's go! We're in go mode for this game as well. And that means we can just charge right to the boss. We're going to Red Station. What was that pouch? The randomizer lets you add, like, item expansion pouches. So it's sort of a custom item that they put in. And it's randomized into the pool like everything else, basically. It's pretty good. I like things that are nice to find, you know? More things that I am excited to pick up and not like, you know, just random items that I don't need are great to me. What was stuck in Dry Ruins? Yeah, so that was the last item we need to go do Dry Ruins. So, yes. We just got 2 Star Spirits to go. They're both in this red seed. The other seed is going to head to Bowser now. And probably be a little bit behind. Yeah, 2 seeds at once. Kind of a shame that I never got Watt in the other file. I really like to do Bowser with Watts, personally. Just because, you know, it does consistent damage to Bowser without spending any, you know, FP. But, let me see real fast before we go in. Do I have any, like, items that will help with that? They added a bunch of, like, yeah, equip a couple of these, and that should make it really cheap to do things. They added a bunch of, like, beta items as well, which seem pretty cool. I am trying those out for the first time tonight. A lot of them are, like, just more powerful variants of the badges that existed. Yeah, they added new badges. It's weird. Apparently, I think the idea is that they were beta badges, like they were in the code or something. I'm not clear on like, if they're legitimately. Stacking Mega Rush and Power Rush would be cool. I tend to not mess around with that. I'm usually just at max health, you know? And I have, like, too much health to get down to 1, sadly. I just like stacking as many Power Pluses as I can get, and just, you know, going for broke on that. That's just how I like to, you know, do things. Okay, let's see, over here on this side, what we got? D down pound. I never got the D down jump over here, sadly. I got these flower savers on, very good. I'll put on that defense plus. It happened. The prices of BP also are randomized, are shuffled, so some of them are much more expensive than they would be otherwise, and some of them are much cheaper. Generally, the expensive ones end up being cheaper on average, so it's pretty good if you like Power Plus, turns out. Because, like, the odds it'll be 6 or over is low, because there's a lot of low-cost badges. I'll just throw all these on. And, I have no idea what this auto smash is, but I'll throw it on anyway. Okay. Let me switch over to this tracker. Even though we're in go mode, still good to switch, still good to switch the trackers so that you know which seed I'm playing. You can also tell because Mario will be blue or red, based on whether it's the late game seed or the early game seed. Doesn't really make a difference at this point because we're headed to the we're heading to Bowser over here in the late game. I suppose we could also just, like, you know, do some funny business. The shuffling logic could be paused such that, you know, I wait for the other seed to catch up before I go to Bowser over here. It's worth considering. Where's my Star Road? Did something fuck up? Oh no. I have the 3 star spirits I need. Their tiles are lit up here. Where's my Star Road? Ah, shit. We might have to call an audible. Technical difficulties. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. I did have to do some slight hacking of the seed generating software to make this happen. But all I did was override the default random chapters that were required and replace it with set ones. And I did it before the set ones were like, the random ones were like registered or anything. So I think it should be good. Maybe I missed something there. Would have been nice to have tested this out beforehand, but, you know, that'd be like doing an entire playthrough. Okay, I'm gonna pause the script until such time as that seed is also there, because something funky is going on. If we can't do it, we can't do it. Unfortunate, but I must have overlooked something. Or something got screwy about that seed. Maybe it thought there was... Maybe on some level it thinks there needs to be 4. I'm pretty sure I set it up so that 3 stars are required in that, but maybe it thinks that there should be 4. Maybe something was screwy in the parameters. I'm gonna pull up the notepad and just check the configuration file that was used to configure it. Where's Notepad Plus? There it is. Okay, looking for... It should be 3 star spirits required. Gear shuffle mode. Let me see here. Oh, crap. It is... Okay, there's the problem. Starway Spirits needed count. I left it at 4 rather than setting it to 3. That's the error. Okay, so the second half will be uncompletable, but the first half will be fine. We will be able to finish the first half here. That was my mistake. Whoops. Mistake in generating the seed. Happened as a result of me, like, you know, overriding it in a weird way. Not a fault of the randomizer itself, just my weird hack of its, like, you know, code. I basically have one fewer star spirit than I actually need to go into the end game, even though they were specifically set. But we'll be able to do Bowser. We'll be able to do Bowser. Oh, that was fun, though. Hey, you know, that's fine. We don't need to do Bowser twice, I guess. That's, like, maybe the one part that is, like, silly. You know, doing Bowser twice. I guess maybe, honestly, could easily see it being, like, you know, a case of... I should use stronger attacks here. You know, also this one does have like the better jumping. Does have the better jump moves and also more D down moves. So it's fine. You know what? We're just gonna call the other one completed. It basically is. Alright. This is gonna go very fast, unless the lag, like, gets weird. Hang on, I'm gonna... I know, I shouldn't make excuses, but I am going to make excuses. God damn it. That was just me. Holy Jesus, I am... Well, I have life shrooms, so it's fine. It's not gonna be a problem. But, yeah. Too close. What the hell? All right. I wonder if there is a way to, like, make that thing completable. Like, there's not, like... Hang on, cheats. Oh, well, it's not going to... if there was a way to, like, Game Shark basically set a 4th star spirit to be captured, you know, to be completed, we could complete that other seed, but, so Suffice it to say that we're you know, doing the other side, and it'll be fine. Right. One more here. And it's going to be pretty straightforward. We just have to go to the desert. Real quick like. Just have to go to the desert. Do a quick thing. And we'll be done. You know, quick boss fight. We're just... We got to the second to last room earlier. So, you know... Whew. Hey, you know, around 5.5 hours, I think that's, you know, for me, I'll say that's round about my estimate. Honestly, I was afraid it would go longer. I was afraid that it would be like 6 or 7 hours, and it'd be like 3 a.m. and we'd still be going. And it's not going to be that. That's not going to be the situation. Instead, it's going to be like 2 a.m. and we'll be wrapping up. Got our health back, right? Yes, okay, good. We already have all the doors open. We just have to run down to the bottom. Open the last door. That'll lead to Toot and Koopa. Beat Toot and Koopa. Relatively easy fight, you know, compared to some of the last ones that we've done. And then it'll be all over. After we do Bowser and Bowser's whole retinue. Oh, I guess, you know, I mentioned that there was one Junior Trooper we needed to do in the ice area. There's also another Trooper Junior you have to do during Bowser's. So, I guess there's two. Correction to something I said in passing, like, an hour ago. Or 3 hours ago. I mean, the second Toot and Koopa, or the second Junior Troopa, is like part of the game where the randomizer stuff is essentially over. You've gotten to the end game. You know, there's nothing more in your way that you can be missing. It's just a straight shot from there to the end. Sure, these guys have more health. I remember. I must have said it so that the chapter difficulty was like randomized or something. That seems like a lot of health for a World 1 boss to have. Usually, you know, I don't manually generate seeds, you know. Who does? You know, it was just a case that I had to do it for this, like, very specific setup where each seed has, like, specific chapters required, you know? So I guess it makes sense that, like, you know, oversights were made in, like, the options, configuring, like, the... Either way. Shit, fuck that up. It's a slow attack as well. Still, we're going into Bowser. We have P down D. We have all the stuff that I would want, honestly, on this side of the fence. So, we're looking pretty. And, We're gonna get some business done. All right, folks. This seed now has all the star spirits it needs, and I'm pretty sure the warp should be working. That was my bad that it wasn't working in the other one. Again, I manually overrid the chapters that were selected, but I forgot to make it so that the number was a 3 instead of a 4. And it turns out, I guess, you know, it doesn't just check against the list of locations that it's supposed to have the required chapters. It also checks that the number of star spirits is totaled, you know, has reached a total. I mean, hang on, can we beat any other chapters right now on the other side? Let's see. I think we have... I know where the train is. Where that is. Actually, you know what? I think I can beat another chapter real fast on the other side. Let's do that before going into a synchronized finale. Actually. Let's do that before we go into a synchronized finale. I have hit play on the script, and let's wait and see for it to come back up, and then let's try to do like chapter 4 really quickly. I think we can do chapter 4. I know where the cart is. I know where the cake mix is. I think I saw cake mix earlier in that seed. That's all we need to really just go do that seed and overcome the issue that it's having. Okay, good. This one's working. Because, you know, like I said, 4. That's the magic number, unfortunately. I had copied the configurations from this one to the other one, and then modified, and I forgot to modify the number in particular. My bad. Total bummer. Wherever we switch over, we'll try to just crank out a quick chapter 4 to overcome the blocker. But, you know, I can't, like, manually switch over. I'm not sure how that would work. Like, the script is the script. Yeah, it would get screwy. It's every 4 minutes that it switches. Look at that, it's Cooper's shell. We're beyond such things now. Guess let's go to, like, Bowser's. Any second now, I feel like it's gonna switch. And then we'll do a thing. And then we'll do a synced finale. And we'll see which one gets there through it faster. The late game or the early game. I did at one point consider having, like, you know, both of them have 4 star spirits, you know? Like, both of them have to do chapter 4 or whatever. But I thought it'd be better if, like, there was no overlap and that they were entirely different. So, you know, I guess that is out the window now. Take a little drink. Ah! How's everybody doing? Doing good? Ugh. Why don't I just look at my phone for a second? Gotta be nearly to the switching point. It's been like a couple minutes since I started the script again. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna stop the script. Okay, so. Realized I fucked something up, but also then realized I can fix it. We just need to get one more star spirit. To do that, I know everything I need for, I know where everything I need is for, you know, for chapter 4. Cake mix. We need cake mix, which I think was in... What the fuck was the cake mix? Might be in a shop. You know what? Probably in a shop. And also need to get the toy train, which was in... we saw it. It was in the lake. In, Frosty Village. Wherever the fuck. So, those two things, and we can finish this one as well. And then we'll have a synchronized ending. Doesn't that sound nice? Apologies for the fuckery, but, you know, it happens. Small mistake in the configuration file. It turns out when you're doing weird hacky bullshit, you need to double check that shit. Or else it's, you know, we're gonna end up in a invalid state like this. Not good. Not good. Let's see now. Where can I go? I can't remember where we saw the cake mix. We definitely saw cake mix somewhere though. I know where we got the I kind of wish I had just kept it with me, but instead I said like, ah, fuck this, we don't need it. We don't need it. Everything else would be like way out of pocket, you know, on any of the other chapters. You know, we just don't have the seeds. Heart nerve, bow, fuck! We don't have bow, that's right, shit. Nor do we have what? This was a bad plan. I can buy this key and get up to 3. What can we do? You know what? I have not thought this through. We don't have... Wow, we're not getting in there. I could look for a key item using the person. Yeah, maybe we should go back to the thing I was saying earlier and just call an audible. Synced ending sounds nice, but it's not possible. It's not possible. Let me check the spoiler log for this one, see if I can just pinpoint where the things would be if I wanted to just go grab them. Spoiler log. Ah, the spoiler logs for the early game one. I think the late game one spoiler log that I had was overwritten. Crap. Okay, well. Okay, well. Okay, I'm calling an audible. This is uncompletable. Well, we could complete it, but you know, God only knows where any of that shit is. I'm going to... I'm gonna hit finish game, and that's going to... Beh? That should end this game and switch over to the other one. Did it? Okay, I'm a little worried. Okay, well, I think I have heard, like, there are cases where if you're on the last game and you hit finish game, or if you have, like, 2 left, it won't switch properly. I thought I tested it last time and it did switch properly, but, who remembers? Also, maybe I have it set up differently now than I did then. That whole, like, script situation. We'll wait, 4 minutes then. That's fine. Just look at some places really quickly. Maybe we can, like, happen into it or something. Can't hit this one. Just with, like, really precise timing. Bah. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to walk back to the Star Summit place, and I'm just gonna pay for hints. And, let's keep an eye on the clock. Just to see, like, when 4 minutes passes, if, nothing has happened, then something has gone wrong, and I'll see about, like, manually loading that, save. This has worked mostly well, it's just that I made one mistake, and that mistake meant one of the seeds couldn't be finished unless I did a whole extra chapter, and, bummer. What are you gonna do? Wish that, that had gone differently. Guess it goes to show, like, double check that shit. And honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to just, like, set up a test seed. I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't want to, like, have to, like, actually test this ahead of time. The best I could do is, like, start me out with all the items that I needed, right? And then I would just have to do the bosses, which would still take, like, maybe an hour or two. Tell me key items. There are too many key items to, like, ascertain which ones we would need to get, like, bow or otherwise. And too many letters. I got the calculator twice? The fucking odds. castle key. Play box. Okay, so we can't... Okay. That'll do it for that attempt to, like, you know, get out of just finishing one of these. But, it looks like we can only finish one of these. Sorry. It would take, like, maybe another hour or two to track down, you know, everything I need to, like, complete Chapter 4, unfortunately. And it's all could be just anywhere in the game, so... Basically, it'd be the same as just doing a regular randomizer at this point. Which, you know, I guess that's... It's fine, you know, hey. I like doing the randomizer. Put in her. I like doing the randomizer, and I could do it, but we're 5 hours in, and we've already met what our basic goal is. We're doing just, you know, these 2 seeds. I guess also we don't need to see Bowser twice, is the other thing, honestly. And if we're going to finish Bowser off with either of these seeds, this one kind of makes the most sense because it kind of had the better luck as far as upgrades go, and badges, and that stuff. And partners as well. I got all the partners in this one. It's just a shame as all. If ever we did this again, you know, I'd do it the other way. I'd do it a different way than this. But, you know, that's not how it was. You know, honestly... I could see... Here's an idea. Different concept, but... I could see, like, a version of this where it's all one chapter. You know? Like, there's like 7 of them, and each of them is like 1 chapter. And we complete the chapter, and then move on to the next and just continue and in a random order. I guess that would be too close to vanilla. It'd be like vanilla plus sewers, which that kind of sucks. Oh crap, I don't have I could just Mega Bomb. I'll just Mega Bomb. I don't think I equipped Spike Shield. It's just like vanilla, but with sewers, which, you know, not an improvement. That's a mistake. That was actually your best bet. Also, jeez, I'm dying here. Good shit. Alright, we're finishing it off. There's just 2 Bowser fights to go. Happy. Feel good. Hey, one last badge right here. Mega Smash. I think I'm good. I think P down jump is gonna be like my main move against Bowser because, you know, pierces damage, and also it uses my most powerful attack, which is jumping. In this side. Need to get a Toad House. Snap time, and then it's Bowser time. I don't know why we're taking so much damage. I don't think I... Last look at badges here. Let's see now. Well, I could have equipped Quake Hammer. Whoops. I didn't notice I got that. That's a very good badge. Defend Plus, I'll just throw that on. And, I don't like that. He will jump on or hammer enemies at random. Peach Beam, Star Beam, if necessary. His partners will be able to run from battle. That's weird. That's so extensive. Like, yeah, he will use the strategy if needed, but he'll just randomly jump and pound and stuff. I think that the attack increase is probably, like, you know, not worth it. Oh, I did Spike Shield, but I didn't equip it. Equip Zap Tap. And, I don't equip that. We don't need it anymore. And, do I have Fire Shield? I don't think that works the same as Fire Shield, but I'll equip it nonetheless. Sure, equip auto. Oh, that increased my boots damage by 1. That's right. There's like a weird synergy thing in there now, where if you equip like multiple badges of the same type, they'll like power up each other, and give you extra damage, like literally 1 extra damage in that specific field. Can I do that more? No, I don't think I can afford another. Also, I don't have 3 more boots. A multi-bounce automatically. Multi-bounce, okay. All enemies in a row. Yeah, okay, that's not a good one. That's actually not that great. Okay, I'm going to equip FP plus and HP plus. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's finish this. I am not going to nap again after getting extra health on there. I'll just, you know, there'll be a point at which my health will be refilled in these coming battles, and I'll just go off that. I'm also not going to save. We're just gonna, you know, raw dog. Someone used it in a way that it wasn't. You know, we're just gonna go and do it. Don't worry about it. The term was used on Fire Escape in a funny way last week, and I was very amused. I use it in my own way. That's quite different from the way it was used on that pod. Alright. Let's just do E-down jumps repeatedly. Do a whole bunch of damage. I'm gonna put in Watts, who is fully upgraded and ready to do 5 damage per turn without spending a single, you know, a single shit. I swear that. Oh right, yeah. If you equip like attack up, D down, that could also get you to this power level beforehand. I was just thinking like, wait, I thought I could do this amount of damage before, and that's why I've messed with that before. And you know, if you do it that way, it's like 17 damage a turn. With the synergy, the boot synergy, it's up to 18 damage per turn. Pretty nice. If I were to equip, P up, D down, if I had it, I don't think I have it, it would be 20. Hell of an amazing thing. I mean, literally negates the heal move that this Bowser can do. But, you know, we're not quite there. We're just short of that. Whew. Anyway, weird delays aside, we made great time. Just above 5 hours. And that was with, you know, those silly, silly delays. I'm happy. I'm pleased. I'm satisfied. I think that this has gone quite well. I think this has gone quite well. Will I do something like this again? Probably not. It was fun as a one-time bit, you know. And like I've said, I've wanted to do some more stuff with BizHawk Shuffler, but I do feel like every BizHawk Shuffler thing is like a one-off, right? Like a one and done. And if you do it too often, you know, you risk running it into the ground, you know? I also do feel like, I don't know. I don't know how many good ideas there are for BizHawk Shuffler, right? Hell, like, maybe my ideas are too... Well, I guess it's... You know, I could just get a bunch of random-ass games, you know? That's the way that, like, before I did BizHawk Shuffler streams and the randomizer roulette and the rare roulette and this one here, I saw Dan Reichert do a couple of them, and he would just, like, get a bunch of random games, you know, no connection, you know? Not like a big overarching theme to it. I like to have more of a theme, but maybe if it was just... Maybe just random games would be just as fun, you know? It's like 4 randomizers, 2 of the same randomizer, or 7 of my favorite rare games ever. Oh, and it's Mr. Pants. And Grunchy's Revenge, which is pretty good. 5 of my favorite rare games ever. Auto jump. Let's try it. So it does 9. I mean, not as good as 12. Or what were we doing? It's 6. What does D down? D down does 13? Ooh, that's unlucky. I don't love it when the numbers come out as an unlucky number. You know, I know that's silly, but I am silly in that respect. You know, I like. There's numbers I like. I don't even know it's like a luck-unluck type situation, but like. No, I like big round numbers. I like square numbers. I like nice and even numbers. You know, there's numbers I like and numbers I don't. Also, hey, they skipped the entire that fight. I think there was a time in the randomizer where it was not skipped entirely, but was like accelerated, so you only had to do the prey once, and it would be done. But now it's just skipped, and that's arguably better. Like, look, it's good the first time, the whole Peach learning how to do the thing sequence, but after the first time, it's just like you hit the same button till you're back to the regular battle. No, it's just A. For a part of the final battle, it is just like literally a... Is there a word for like a fight where it's all scripted and you can't make any different moves? It's literally just a scripted fight in the middle of the final boss battle. You know, big climax of the game. etc. We are tearing through his health with these crap. I shouldn't have said anything. 7 is not that much different from 9, I'll say. So, like, you know, I pay a little bit more and do an action command and I get a lot more damage, or I miss and I get nearly as much as what the auto one would do. Clearly not the right thing to do, just about any case. We have plenty of FP. We're gonna do this, folks. I mean, it's obvious. Yes, we're gonna do it. No one doubted us. You know, I never used the star move throughout this whole thing. Other than the star beam and the peach beam. Just, you know, didn't unlock. That happens a bit in the randomizer, you know. You only unlock the best one, like, you know, late in the game. Son of a bitch. And once you do, it's basically, you know, you're done with enemies that come in big groups, you know. And just on to Bowser, who is, you know, a single guy. Not a big group at all. I mean, there are 2 guys that come in groups. Well, actually just 1, because, yeah, it's the Double Ghost. I guess we could have used Star Storm on them. I just wasn't thinking. That would have probably been faster than what I did. Damn it. That was close. My health is getting low, but I have like a lot of healing items. Yeah, I have 4 life shrooms and an ultra shroom in waiting. So can, like, have the life shrooms pop a couple times and then use an ultra shroom to get back up. Did I buy that, like, Mario gets a second move thing? Did I buy that? No, I didn't. I didn't buy the Mario gets a second move debug item, beta item. That would have been a good one because, you know, do nothing. If I do a D down jump and get him to 1, he's going to heal, isn't he? Nope! Hey, we did it. That's gonna be it. That is, that's it. Hey. We did the thing. We got the Star Rod, and that means it is it. In a normal In a normal Paper Mario game, you'd have to go through the epilogue, but in this case, it's just skipped. That's time. Just over 5 hours and 6 minutes. Now, we only fought Bowser once because of the whole kerfuffle with the other seed. Unfortunately, that other seed will never get the Star Rod. Unless I were to go looking for one more Star Spirits, which, look, the limited logic would not be helping me do that, so it's sort of a problem that I have to deal. It's a problem of my own making for screwing up one parameter in the settings file, while also doing some manual overrides in the code to make it happen. Like I said, I had to noodle around with the generation code to make it so it spat out specific seeds of this specific like lineup, right? Otherwise, I'd be dependent on random chance, which is not really doable, unfortunately, you know? Alright, shit. That's going to do it for tonight. 5 hours, pretty good time for the randomizer. Somehow we've been streaming for 6, so was it? I'm not sure how that all wound up, but did we start the timer like at the 55-minute mark? That'd be ridiculous. Did it take me a half hour to explain what was going on? Well, probably took me 10-15 minutes to start up, and then, you know, another 10-15 to, like, get to the point where we're actually, like, hitting go. I can see it. It doesn't matter. I can close these tabs now. They have done their duty. Here they are one more time. Here was one seed, the late game seed, and here was the early game seed. You can see there we got all the early game stuff, and we got all the late game stuff, and yeah, pulled it off. Good shit. This was fun. Probably not going to do anything like this again, but you know me, I might have an idea that's like just as fun and just as out there eventually, and you know, we'll do it then. I'm gonna go ahead and see. Get the stop stream up. Okay, the stream deck button is ready for me to hit. Let me see who is doing a thing. JCog is doing randomizer Paper Mario. Betsy Betts is doing a birthday stream. Oh, there we go. We're gonna go over to Betsy Betts. Bestie Betts. I believe that is someone I know, one of Glower's mods. Cool person. Been on Bet's app. I think she was called Bet's app last time she was, I think we played Pokemon Stadium on this channel not too long ago with Bet's app. Now Betsy Betts. Okay, I'm gonna send y'all over there. I'm gonna open up the stream on my end. Glower is a Paper Mario speedrunner, so, you know, she likes Paper Mario as well. You know, likes to watch it. Anyway, I will see y'all. Oh, crap, I forgot almost to do the schedule part. Show the schedule. Tomorrow, viewer levels. No Monday stream next week. Next Thursday, Game Pass stream. It will be a bit of a break, a little bit of a breather for me. Between big streams. Extra Life, like, in like a week and a half, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And that'll be all a bunch of Mario parties. That'll be fun. Hope to see people there. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central, viewer levels, and then I will be back on next Thursday for a bunch of Game Pass games. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central, Mario viewer levels. See you there. Bye, folks! Really, bye. That's it. Bye.